All right, I'm unmuted. Oh, fancy, fancy. Let's get some music on here. Let me put this onto a Paint document. Boop. And then crop. There. I can pull that up later. Putting that on the desktop. WTF Twitch.png. All right. What do I want to play today? Go back to FTL music. I like FTL music. Now we'll do this one. There are people coming to clean the house today, so there's going to be a lot of distraction. What a distracting noise. Turn that down a little bit. Just a little. It's like 75 degrees out. I'm going to be dying today down here. With any luck, the ground table is a little bit cooler, and it'll keep it a little bit cooler in here. What's up, Derby? This thing. I couldn't use the word pedal. There is no bad connotation to this word. What kind of fucking AI is running on Twitch in order to moderate? Pedal or petal, but pedal is a word. Pedal, each of a pair of foot-operated levers. Blah, blah, blah. Pedals of a piano or organ or keyboard. Foot-operated throttle brake or clutch. What does Twitch have against this? What's so bad about this word? Oh, hell no, I'm not going to check Urban Dictionary. It's not a real dictionary. Hell no. Put the pedal to the metal. Latin. Pedal, pedalis. A foot length. Pespid. Foot. I mean, like... Come on. What is this? There, I'll do the OBS thing. Good enough. This isn't a Polish stream though. Like this is English language. No, I'm not. Some obscure fucking slang terminology is not. No. Just no. They censor the term waifu? Why? Alright, we don't need this. We don't need the Pro Mini. We don't need hex tables. We don't. Well, we'll keep the Linbus addressing stuff. Atmel datasheet we don't need. Local Linbus wiki we don't need. TNC 3.2 we might, maybe not, but we'll close the datasheet on Linbus. Unit converter we'll bring up if we need it. This is some other thing, some other Linbus thing. It's like somebody else's product. And then introduction to Linbus we don't need. SimuCube we'll probably need. All right, there we go. Cleaned all that stuff up. Now I'm just going to leave this definition petulantly up on the screen. Get my soda. No, what it is they're trying to not have people put pedophile in the title, but the moderator, the auto mod, is overzealous, and so I'm not able to put the term for a foot pedal into my frickin' title, which is something that needs a human review. Doesn't have to do with alternative language stuff. It's just literally identifying the first couple letters of a word and treating that as though it was me trying to sneak a bad word into my title, even though it's a bad person. It's not like the word is like a medical definition. God, like what if I put alcoholic in the title? Is it gonna not allow me to put that in the title? I don't know. We're not tuning more than one at once, so it's a singular word. It probably does allow it. I'm not going to test it right now. We're tuning one at a time. It's the appropriate way to talk about it. I gotta move the fan, otherwise I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh, am I allowed to say the word die on Twitch, or is that illegal? Is it illegal to say the word die? I think it is. I think they're outlawing the word the. We're not allowed to say the anymore. God, ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. It's just like a joke, you know? We want you to take our platform seriously. Therefore, we are banning the use of the word platform because it sounds like pla something. That's just an illegal word. We've done it. We did it. We solved all of the problems. We did it. We fixed it. God. All right. I mean, I am overreacting a little bit, but it's still a perfectly cromulent terminology that is now illegal for me to use. Oops, wrong window. Don't know where my mouse is. Just like put it just like right there. I want to get all the hardware figured out and ready to go so that we can then concentrate solely on reverse engineering the serial protocol. That's too high up. I need to move it down to make it look like it's sort of a floating entity. I was reading stuff about it was like a question from a 16-year-old on Reddit wondering what it was like to see The Matrix for the first time in theaters. I never saw The Matrix in theaters. My friends overhyped it for me, and I didn't end up going. I didn't end up going through the trouble. Oh, really? I could never do a job search at college because I lived in Sussex, and it was a banned one. Oh, man. What the fuck? Sussex. Hey, did you say sex? That's illegal. It's illegal. We've decided our puritanical association with words is so volatile that we're going to force you to change your language. Foot activated acceleration pad, but we also have a deceleration pad, as well as a pad that is solely responsible for deactivating the powertrain on the output of the axles. So those are two totally separate things other than acceleration. And we are tuning them individually, which means that I have to use the singular form of this word that apparently is completely and utterly the degradation of society as we see it today. I will be solely responsible for utterly destroying anything. Ugh, God, I just can't. You know? which is like supposed to be a little bit less of this kind of stuff, you know? But the fucking advertisers come in. The advertisers come in and they ruin everything they touch. They turn it into corporate squeaky clean bullshit. I should be able to say pedal because it is a device what is used as a control or a power input via a person's feet and has literally no other connotations aside from sharing letters with other words, the Latin derivative of this word being the Latin word for foot. Go foot yourself, pieces of shit. Just pisses me off that AI tools are allowed to do this. Nobody in their right mind is going to use the other term in their title for their stream, you know? I don't think people are hunting around looking for the connotation of that word on Twitch. Although those fuckers get into everything. But still, it is bullshit. It's just plain and simple, laid bare bullshit. But yeah, anyway, I was some kid on Reddit made a post. What was it like to see The Matrix the first time in theaters? And I, you know, looking back, I'm like, you know, I didn't see it in theaters. I didn't see it in theaters. I avoided it. I've never been a huge fan in the theater. I mean, going and watching a movie is all right, but it's never, you never really can watch, like, you don't, I don't know. I'm happier watching a movie on my own because it's quiet and I can actually like concentrate on the movie. But yeah, they, my friends overhyped it, like asking me if I'd seen it like daily. And I was like, no. So I actually missed its run in theaters. I forget when I first saw it. I think it was in a friend's basement with a big speaker system. So, not that it's a bad movie at all, you know? I like it a lot. It defined, I don't know, like millennials for a while. Anyone remembers 1984? Yeah, we've always been at war with East Asia. Close that browser window. I have the definition up on 2 browsers. They refresh Streamlabs. I shouldn't be using, but I am. I really should switch off of it. Got all our info here. This is like the dark part of the mix. I'm gonna like skip way ahead in this mix, so prepare yourselves for a little musical, I don't know, something. Boop. There we go. Music needs to be a little bit, slightly more wallpapery around here. Slightly more wallpapery. I am tired today. I did not sleep. I mean, I slept okay. I got okay sleep. I wasn't woken up by diabetes constantly like I normally am. Actually, I'm not normally woken up. It was just the other night that happened. And that sort of set me off on this bad sleep schedule run. Turns out, I got to do local taxes. I don't have to do federal because I didn't make enough money by a hair. But I do have to do local taxes. I was looking it up. And it's like, yeah, the feds are like, nah, you don't make enough money. Don't worry about it. Whereas Pennsylvania's like, if you made $1, you have to do taxes. It's like, really? So I'm gonna owe them a couple $100. I don't have a lot of time to do them either. What is it, the 18th? It's at the 15th on the Pennsylvania website, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to spool up the tax software and get to work on that. Probably shouldn't take that long. I think local taxes are a lot easier to do. I'm not really certain about that. I think maybe my impression of local taxes is based on having just done my federal, so all that information populates. We'll see what I'm in for. We'll see what I'm in for. Pedals. Now, the latest pedal files are not up on GitHub, but I'll get them there eventually if people are asking for them. All I did was change the way the timing evaluation was stored, and that kind of cinched up a little bit of a weirdness in the operation of the LIN bus. So now everything works perfectly. Sort of. Sort of. It's sort of like the bare minimum implementation of LinBus. Sorry, does Lin sound like gin? Oh no, I'm not able to say LinBus anymore because corporate sponsors decided that any mention of alcohol should be purged from the platform so that their M&M commercial can land a little better. Sounds so alien, we just get a bi-yearly tax receipt. There's your taxes. If you disagree, you want to add something. Yeah, and the thing is, like, if we get the number wrong, if we do our taxes slightly wrong, then we will have it kick back at us, and they will say, no, you actually should have this number because of all of this information. And you go, wait, you had all that information, and this entire fucking system is automated. Why not just send me a bill? And they're like, no, 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 no. You have to do this complicated form in order to figure out how much tax you need to pay. It doesn't fail, does it? I have way too many hex keys sitting on this magnet hanger. Hold on, let's do a little hex key organization while we're waiting here. While we're waiting for Obother to start streaming. That fucker. That fucker, I hear he tried to use illegal language words in his title. All right. So, first all the ball-ended hex. Those are really the ones that I want to keep around. All the other ones are just not useful. Ball ends are important. The ball might be a little bit weak, but... Sounds like I'm talking about something else. The ball might be a little weak, but it allows you to get in at an angle. Which is why those are the ones that I keep. All the other ones are the ones that I discard or put in a drawer. So this is the purge. All the ones that don't have the ball ends get purged. Iris is run by a malicious AI. I'd believe it. No, it's all malicious lobbyists is what's going on here. They keep everything nice and complicated so that you pay TurboTax $60 or $100 or whatever they charge. Free Tax USA exists, and I use it. This one isn't even hex. This one's a slightly different. All right, there we go. All these other ones I'm gonna put in a drawer. We'll see if we need any of them. I don't think I do. All these other hex keys that were sitting on the thing. Now, there's gonna be a lot of banging around and bonking and stuff going on that is not me. Cleaning. People are here to, like, vacuum the house, so. Happened to coincide with my decision to stream infinitely this week. Infinite streaming. I'm so tired. Okay. What else? Let's just get this stuff out of the way. Alright. Oh, I feel better about the magnet hanger now. This thing was a mess before. Well, I could dust it. There's quite a bit of dust sitting there. These haven't gotten very magnetic yet. I'm actually kind of surprised. Maybe it's just the screws that I'm using. I'd probably get rid of the vacuum tube that I exploded by accident. I coughed a while back. I had I went and a singular piece of phlegm shot out from the darkness and struck this vacuum tube. And so it started to cloud up with like a white plasma ball, and the audio just went and then this thing popped. Yeah, the death of a vacuum tube. The heaters didn't go out, just gas. Basically, the glass cracked from the change in temperature, and then the gas went away. It was cool to watch, but you know, I didn't get it on camera, unfortunately. But yeah, that makes this bunk. It is a dead tube. I've just had it sitting back there. I guess as an example. a warning to future generations to cover your mouth when you cough. Especially around light bulbs. Or what is essentially a light bulb. This is all a little bit rough over here, huh? Got like springs that I'm not doing anything with. I thought I'd use these, but I don't really think I need to. I don't have any project for those. Those go away. Goodbye, springs. Keep the dice up here. What else is behind here? Some kind of a chip. It's an LM series. I kind of remember this song. It's a love. LM386, but it's missing a pin. Oh, that's right. I think I used this as an example of how fragile pins are on integrated circuits, which means I'll just keep it up there. I'll just keep it up here in case I need to do that again. It's a fairly common chip. It's just an op amp. We're gonna work on this stuff today. I may start with hardware. You know, we gotta build a circuit board for this little guy right here. Maybe we'll start with that. I could build up one of the PCBs that I made, but I don't think that's quite right. A coincidence, spent this evening binge watching Dan Euro tube TV repair videos. Yeah, tube stuff is like, the physics is like totally different. It's really interesting. It was a very big breakthrough. Like silicon stuff was kind of a very big breakthrough in the technology that we interact with every day. Just totally different principles. Which is why people seem to think that we got it from UFOs at Area 51, which is just totally bonkers, but you can see why they would potentially think something like that when everything we'd been doing previous to them is like glass and tubes and stuff like that. But it is a logical progression of things if you actually look into the history and aren't trying to find UFOs around every corner. America, malicious by design. I suppose so. Yeah, our tax needs reform. It desperately needs reform. Especially considering that the IRS audits more poor people than rich people, which is ridiculous. Utterly and completely stupid. Easier targets, I suppose. Feet are illegal on Twitch. Okay, yeah. I don't know if you guys saw what I posted in the food channel of Discord, but I was getting lunch, and oh wait, hold on. Speaking of lunch, let me give a little bit more insulin for a hoagie. Too many carbs. Anyway, I was getting lunch, and I walked by a display, and it was Reese's peanut butter cups with potato chips in the peanut butter. What kind of bullshit? What the fuck? Like, what is going on? And not to mention that it was very expensive to get lunch, because they probably adjusted everything for inflation, but at the same time, like, what the hell is this crap? What is this? First of all, a king-size Reese's peanut butter cup is a significant amount of carbohydrates. It's kind of a, it's not a laughing matter, you know? Well, it kind of is, but like, man, you should not be eating this in the first place. But then they added potato chips to it. Like, did they point an AI in the direction of the least healthy thing that you could possibly come up with and then execute that? Because, like, what is this? What the fuck? What is this? What are they doing? What is this? Just disgusting. Just disgusting. Is there like a, I don't know, who? It's probably the same company also makes the potato chips as do the Reese's peanut butter cups. And so they're like, what do we do with all this chip dust? We got to be able to monetize this somehow. Our profits have to always go up. They can't stay the same. They have to go up by, it's not even, it's they have to go up by a certain degree every year. So how do we do that? Well, let's cut costs. And so what do we have on hand? Well, we got chip dust fucking everywhere from all the rejected potato chips that we don't allow in the bags with 30% less chips. So let's take that belt and let's put it into our peanut butter vat. And then we got to figure out how to cut it into little cakes that we can cover in chocolate. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. Did somebody at a food lab, like, where they just like, and then they ate both at the same time and then went, oh, it's, you know, that little bit of extra salt in the potato in my, the potato and the grease in my peanut butter actually tastes kind of good. I mean, peanut butter cups are delicious as a sometimes thing, but like, this is not, this is just no. Just no. Don't, no. Ugh. Yeah, pretzels, but pretzels you can understand because they're like kind of a thicker, like sort of neutral bread kind of thing, right? And you put peanut butter on bread, you put peanut butter on, you know, pretzels, you put chocolate on pretzels. So chocolate pretzel peanut butter cup makes a certain amount of sense. I'm not sitting around dipping my chips in chocolate. I'm not 360 pounds. I'm getting there, but I'm not 300 fucking billion. What is this? This is shocking. And they have 3 bins of this stuff. As if more than one person is gonna buy it. One person will buy it and be like, oh, and then that's it. Ashton's video was tasting chocolate with potato onion chips. Just taste chocolate, and suddenly it's all onion chips. Ugh. Ugh. It's there so that you can, I mean, what is this? This is pig slop. That's what this is. This is a bunch of spoiled food that they put together because pigs will eat anything, right? Never was a fan of Reese's peanut butter cups. They use highly emulsified peanut butter and chocolate flavored wax. Well, that's not true. Their peanut butter is basically just sugar fortified peanut butter, whatever is the closest thing to peanut butter without actually being it. No, it probably is peanut butter, but it's just extremely sugary, and it has all kinds of like agents in it and stuff. I don't know. I always liked them. I like Reese's peanut butter cups, but this is, you know, I haven't had one in years, but this is like, this is pushing it. There might be one person out there who has tried this and loves it. And, you know, more power to you, singular person that might like this, but this is horrifying to me. I don't put peanut butter on my potato, you know? Generally speaking about potatoes, if I'm allowed to speak generally about potatoes. I don't know if potato is an allowed term on Twitch, because it sometimes is used to insult people. So if I say potato, clearly I'm trying to insult somebody by the connotations of the word potato. And therefore, I should be banned. One of these days, Twitch. One of these days. Reese's cereal? I think that's their entire strategy, is that they can shovel this kind of slop out onto the shelves and get rid of all the chip dust that they have and basically store it in people's sudden purchases, people's novelty purchases. Ooh, careful with that word. You're gonna get banned. Be very I didn't know Schmide was such a Reese's stan. He's got all the products. He's eating all of them at once. Damn, dude. No, I do like peanut butter cups, and the cereal's pretty good, but hey, Phoebe, I'm a sucker for new things. It's like the double down. It's like the double down, you know? It's just like food crime. They're just doing food crime, and they should be arrested. They should be ousted, arrested, and shamed for doing this. This is a food crime. That's what this is. The new Coke flavor, Stardust, is literally just Pepsi. Check out our new cheaper formula. I mean, great tasting formula. This is a crime. This is a crime that we're looking at. This is not a crime, but for some reason it's been flagged as one. But this is a crime. This is a crime against food. I understand peanut butter and salty stuff go together, but peanut butter, salt, and potato grease is not exactly a winning combo in my book. And I have a feeling that these taste fine. They've just put an emulsifier. They put breadcrumbs. They put sawdust into your peanut butter slop. Squeal it up. Squeal up that pig slop. We put sawdust. Now with 30% less sawdust. North of the Mason-Dixon. No, that's Pittsburgh calls it pop, and they're stupid. Because they call rubber bands gum bands, and they say things like yins, which is just weird. And they should be shamed. They should be ashamed, and they should also be shamed. Call it soda. Heinz ice cream. Never even... I just defended my dissertation. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, zone out. Holy shit, that sounds awesome. Man, I wish I had kept going with academia. I wish I had kept going. Everybody in my life said no. They said no. You know, the people that I know who have masters and PhDs are like, don't do it, it's not worth it, it's not worth it. But I feel like I should have. I feel like I should have. I shouldn't have jumped right into the job market, especially considering that was right before everything went fucking crashing into the toilet. Everything went crashing into the toilet and nobody paid anybody any money anymore. So that was fun. That was a fun little experience. Straight into the toilet. Just cut out the middleman. Same with this. Same with this. Just straight into the toilet. Don't even bother involving your digestive system in this. You're just saving time if you just throw this in the toilet. Took a chunk of your health. Yeah. Yeah, it's, you know, coming up with all that stuff and putting your mind, body, soul, and all of your being into something like that sounds rough, but I still would love to be called Doctor. Doctor? Yeah, the outcome would be exactly the same. You just put it in the toilet. That's it. You just put it in the toilet. That was delicious. Plop. I need to put, like, I feel like maybe I need to put makeup on before stream. Just something to keep my cheeks from shining. I don't know why they're so shiny. They're really not that smooth. It's just the amount of light that I have on them. Maybe if I lose weight. Yeah, I gotta get on that train. That's the next train I'm gonna get on. I'm a little bit too roly-poly. Put on baby oil. Oh my god. What was there? There was a picture that I saw on Reddit of an unnamed designer in modern day, but they were like big in the 90s and part of that whole, you know, plastic surgery train. And they looked like the girl Muppet from the Muppet Band, like stretched alien face and very shiny. It's weird. It's like, no thanks, no thanks. But no, I for theatrical stuff, especially under heavy lights, you know, people, even if they're not shiny, because I'm not sweaty and greasy. I am no pedal. Is that a bad word now? No, but I'm not sweaty and greasy. I mean, I am gonna get a little bit more sweaty as our day rolls on because it's like 1,000 degrees outside. But it's you know, I'm not that shiny. It's just the lights. I thought she had a different name. I think it was Lips. Don't put random things in the toilet. It's bad for the sewer. Yeah, Janice. There you go. What was the Muppet Band's name? Wasn't that like Dr. Teeth or something like that? I forget the name. But yeah, you can only get your face stretched out so far before you start looking like Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem. There you go. Before you start looking like the parents in Beetlejuice. Amazing. Nice flannel, though. Yes. Yeah, these people were big stars back in the 90s, and they kept surgically altering themselves to look better and to retain their youthful looks. That's all I see anytime I see these, like, oh yeah, this celebrity was really popular back in the day. Look at her now. And you're like, whoa. This is all I see. And this is all I see when I look at modern food. Potato chips and a peanut butter cup. What are we doing here? What is this? What is this? Why is this? Why does this exist, and why is it $3? No answers to questions like this and more today on Oh Bother. Like, did somebody mess up? Did somebody take all the pretzel choppings? Like, there's two belts with two big levers, and they're like, all right, now we add the pretzels, and they pull the wrong lever, and all these little bits of chip dust go in there, and they go, ah, shit. Well, let's just feed them the pig slop. What's the music? This is Big John and at District, which is I guess a DC club for August 28th of 21. You can check this out on Mixcloud. This is a buddy of mine from Philly who doesn't just DJ. He's got a whole firm that he actually owns and runs. Yeah, he's been a buddy of mine since early on in college. Since freshman year, actually. A long time. A long damn time. You can get a pack of 36 peanut butter cups, $22 at Costco. I cannot relay to you how little I care about this, but I know you're actually talking about the price of the big cup. How much would 72? 72 divided by 2 times 2.39. Yeah, Beetlejuice is a great movie. And I actually used to watch the cartoon series back when it aired. Long time ago. Which is funny given the context of the movie, how creepy Beetlejuice is about, like, marrying Lydia, which is kind of like really slimy and awful and terrible. And then in the cartoon, they're just best buds. Can't trust myself with easy access to high density carbs. Yeah, same. Same. I wouldn't look like this if I didn't have an issue. I have a problem with, like, leaving stuff around. I'll just eat it all. It's bad. It's a bad behavior. I've started to stop myself and put stuff aside and get it kind of out of my way so that I've got healthier habits around food. But you know, obviously I haven't been losing weight, so something's got to change, and I think my exercise patterns are going to change. Yeah, apparently the word potato is banned on Twitch because there's connotations. It sounds like another word. It has 4 letters that potato shares with another word, and so we're not allowed to use it. I get slightly tired of my energy drops and then I eat a day's worth of sugar. Yeah, I have like one good day when I don't eat a lot of sugar, and then the next day I catch myself like just fucking binging on stuff. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. I need to stop that. I need to get comfortable with feeling hungry. I need to get comfortable with calorie deficiency, because I'm gonna die if I continue to maintain the weight that I have. It's bad. And people try to be so nice. Oh, you're not fat. No, you're not fat. You don't look fat. Dude, my profile sucks. Look at this. This is not healthy. So yeah, that's gotta go. And I think exercise is gonna kick it off, because I need to be I need to be burning the calories, and that's going to change how my stomach handles stuff. Part of it is also that you don't look 300 pounds. God, I'm getting close, and that's the problem. Gut check, yeah. It's like, well, I mean, you know, flattering camera angles like this. Like, this is shoulders up. And I've got large shoulders because I move a 300 fucking pound body around. I might as well round it up and just say that I'm 300 fucking pounds. I need to be in the low 2s. Are there stock market? Do people do their taxes on Twitch? I need to do my local taxes this weekend, or I die, or I get arrested. I go to debtor's prison because America hates poor people. So I'm gonna be watching over the puppy and doing my taxes. Yeah, that's like an imperative. I think we have till the 18th, but I don't know what the Pennsylvania date is. Whatever. But yeah, PA taxes I still have to do in spite of my joke of an income number. It's true, I hate the poors. Yeah. All of it is 18th. The PA website said 15th, so I don't know you know, it's probably 18th. You know, for Christ's sake, give people a weekend to fucking work on their forms. I'm gonna do Free Tax USA. I don't know how it handles my low income and not doing federal taxes. Because I don't know if you need to do anything federally when you don't have enough earnings to do taxes. I'll figure it out though. I'll have a puppy to pet, so I won't stress out. Goodbye this weekend. All my wife's unpaid taxes ate my refund. I owe a lot of money when I do local taxes. I pay Pennsylvania quite a pretty penny. It's like a really nice looking penny that I pay Pennsylvania because I get contractor money, and contractor money is untaxed. So Emancipation Day on the 15th in DC, so it gets pushed to the 18th. Oh, okay. Weird. But I'm not touching DC. This is Pennsylvania. No income tax in Washington. That must be nice. That must be nice. It's all right. I'm happy to pay for roads. I'm happy to pay for AI that's going to flag a perfectly cromulent term thinking that I'm a criminal and not allow me to have a proper title. This music is a little hard hitting for what's going on right now. It's a little rough. It got very hard. No, wait. Don't quote me out of context on that one. Yeah, this mix is a lot quieter. It's making me hyped and angry. Clipped and shipped. God damn it. Yeah, I'm hoping, yeah, that's probably the case. It's just weird that on the website, of course, Pennsylvania doesn't update their website, because there's probably one person where updating the website is one of the 12 jobs that they have to do, including making coffee for the whole office, and so they just haven't gotten around to updating it. Never H&R, that software sucks. I'm gonna use Free Tax USA. I used it last year and it was pretty nice. It was tough though, because like when I made enough money to have to do taxes, it was really fucking complicated, and I still owed a butt ton of money because of all of the deductions and stuff that I had to put in there. It turns out like I did all the work for itemized, and then it was like, you should just go with the fixed deduction. I was like, really? I did all that work for nothing. That's how it always happens with taxes for me. It's like, I'll itemize and do all this blah, 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 blah. You know, put in all these individual tiny little donations and the deductions from them as expenses. And then it's like, nah, you just wasted 4 hours of your day and an extra ADHD pill. You have to clear 10K to itemize. Yeah, well, it's 12K to have to file taxes at all. In terms of, in deductions? No, I meant, yeah, sorry. You have to make over 12K to do federal taxes, to turn them in. Confirmed on a state website, it's 18th? Okay. Good. So at least I have the weekend. But I'm dog sitting this weekend, and I was gonna stream, but I think maybe taxes take precedence over streaming. So you guys don't get to meet the puppy. Maybe one day. mypath.pa, what's that? Can I get somebody else to do my taxes for me? Oh, look at this. So I don't really need to use free tax for it. Personal income tax return. W-2, I don't have one. 1099-R, I might have. But like if you make over $1 in Pennsylvania, yeah, if you owe $1 or less, you don't have to submit a payment. But if you make more than $1, you have to submit the local taxes. And they're probably gonna want like $200 from me or something. Foot operated control word means something bad in French. I'm not French. I'm not French. There. There. Hold on. Let's put this to rest. I don't know if I'm allowed to show my analytics, but I can go and look at where you guys are from. Let's see. Followers, 62%. Other recommendations, 9%. Channels, CosmoQuest, 7%. Hey, and Davies. Wow, we got a lot of Cosmo and Davies people. Well, they're small percentages. Does it break it down by country anymore? It used to. Oh, look at this. It tells me which emotes are used the most. Huh. Neat. Let's see. Which channel do viewers have in common with me? Bald Engineer, Turbo Nad, Sid Heresy, Davies, and Laboratory 424. Those are some good channels. Hey, glad to have you guys here. Go live notifications, programming. Now, stream summary. Where does it give the... maybe they don't give the country breakdown anymore. I used to know where people were from. Oh, here we go. 29% United States, 8% UK, 7% Germany, 7% Sweden. 5% of my viewers are from France. And I don't think I've said a singular French word that wasn't part of the American vernacular. I don't even say tabernacle. So what is this? Censorship. Yeah, free e-filing option. I'll use that, yeah. Yeah, so ridiculous. So, yeah, I wasn't able to use the word pedal. And Automod actually flagged the word when people said it in chat. It's right here. Nowhere. Unless you're going into Urban Dictionary, you're not gonna find a bad connotation for this word. This is stupid. It's just stupid. Nobody is using this term to describe anything other than something that you push with your foot. Yeah, we're banning words because they said that's literally it. It's because it shares some of the letters with another word. Absolutely ridiculous. All right, let's get rolling because I'm kind of tired. I'm kind of tired and I need to work to wake up. Boop. So anyway, stupid things aside, really stupid food crimes aside. That thing that's a freaking food crime. That's a food crime. Food crime. All right, how are all you pedals in chat doing? Wait a minute, it is a bad word. I just used it as a bad word. Oh my God, no. All right, so the word pedal is apparently Automod banned. I had to allow it last stream, and I couldn't use it in the title today, which is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Just dumb. I hope someday Twitch will review the word, but I'm too small of a streamer for them to give a shit. Might as well just ban all words. We're only going to be able to do Reese's advertisements as our titles from now on. Anyway, we're still working on the sim setup. I want to kind of take a break from the signals and oscilloscopes for a minute and do a little bit of hardware building. I actually want to build... My body wants to burp, but it also wants to talk to you guys. I want to build the shifter stuff so that we can piece together all the hardware and clean up the desk a little bit. That'll kind of free up parts of the desk here where we're going to do the serial signal interpretation, where we're going to look at the serial signals and figure out, you know, what the communication protocol is between these two devices, the wireless receiver and the microcontroller in there. But until then, I got to get all this shit out of the way. So what we need to do is button up the shifter and make a little box that can go on this thing. And then we need to button up... Well, I can just move the gas pedal because this works perfectly. I'll put the gas pedal away and then we'll be set. I mean, I think we'll be in good shape. So let's start getting this stuff away. So here's the bolt for the gas pedal, which is miraculously English-sized in this shop. I don't understand exactly why I have this. I think it was for 80/20 rail, which uses English sizes for some reason. It really shouldn't. But I don't know. So I gotta go get a wrench for this thing. Unless I already have it out. I think that's it over here. Yep, that is. All right, so let's put the gas pedal back and we'll shore that up. I'll feed it through here. Hold on. You guys coming around? There we go. That's good enough. Good enough. So weird that they would have that term on the banned words list. I mean, I make the joke all the time. I don't think there's anything wrong with using a language word, but I guess comedy can get you smacked these days. You can get smacked in the mouth for comedy, and then you'll get a standing ovation. And so I guess Twitch is no different in that the use of words... I'm going to stop ranting about this. Ah! The whole gas pedal. It's attacking me. All right, so that just one big bolt goes into the 3D print there. And then I probably should make something to lock down the top end of the pedal too. It doesn't really need it, but it does kind of like... Yeah, it is a little bad here. So maybe I can put like a double-sided, like a piece of tape up there. Let's do that before I forget. I have a piece of the Velcro stuff, the 3M Dual Lock, which is really quite useful in this project. Really quite useful. And then that'll free up a little bit of desk space so that we can free up a little bit of desk space so that we can free up a little desk space. It's a never-ending cycle. The thing about PETG that I learned recently that I really like is that it can actually be tapped. You can tap PETG. So if you want, and it's not going to be the strongest thread in the world, but you can... Oh, I'm sorry. Am I not allowed to use the term tapped because it has another connotation? Can I not use that term now? You can like take a tap and die and you can actually put threads onto PETG. It takes them quite well. Hey, Damethol, how's it going? So yeah, you can put a tap onto the PETG. It takes it and it machines it nicely if you have enough sidewalls to support it on your 3D print. And then that led to the ability to put this very coarse threaded bolt onto the gas pedal. So it works out really well. So all of the, you know what? I still need to host all of my pedal files on GitHub. GitHub has most of the pedal files on there. Most people who use GitHub have access to the pedal files, as well as people who don't use GitHub. There are actually a lot of pedal files hosted on GitHub that you can access. Just anybody just can get there. And that has all the information about the programming that we've put into these devices. Can you put it in a title, though? Can you put boobs in a title? Not that I have any reason to, because I am not putting terminology like that into my titles. No, I am putting perfectly innocent, normal terminology that describes the projects that we're working on. I don't know what else you call this. Well, right now it's like a handle, not a pedal, but whatever. Fucking hell. All right, let me get this hardware all cinched up, at least for the time being. For fealty to the time being. What rules us all, a being made entirely of time. See, I don't think I'm allowed to say that. I don't think I'm allowed to say that. Reported and deleted the category. Really? Yeah, I don't do that content. Sometimes I'm a boob streamer. Sometimes I let them fly. But yeah, I don't do much with that. Hey, they're making money. More power to them. All right, let's see. Where'd the enclosure go? I threw that aside somewhere. I had it a minute ago. And then I lost it. What did I do with it? We're not having another situation where I search my shop all day for one thing that happens to be right under my nose. No. Oh, here it is. Okay, it was up on the shelf. Moved it up onto the shelf. These I made a while back. I made it in Fusion 360. It's just a simple enclosure. It was just a box, and then another similar box, and then you extrude it into a box, and et cetera, right? You do the bottom layer, the top layer, you slice it, all that jazz. I actually think I did something a little different with this one in order to make that lip. But yeah, it's basically a 2mm wall with a 1mm cut for the lip on this thing, and then boom. 3D print it, and you got a little press fit box. Nice and small. Now, the smallness of this, I did not anticipate, and I tried to make an embossed, like, logo. Went through all the trouble of making an entire vector image out of an emote that looked like the bother emote, like biting a steering wheel, but it didn't really come through. Didn't really come through in the print. Which is unfortunate, but things happen, you know, whatever. Hold on, this isn't like fitting in for some reason. I think the connector is having a little connector fight. Blue-footed boobies. Yeah. They're cute birds. They got blue feet. Okay. So it's just a little box to contain the electronics. I don't know. It's not totally necessary, but it does keep this thing from shorting out when I like kick it. So on the other side of this rail right here, I got a little pad of, there it is, a little pad of dual lock. So that's where this is going to fit. And then I have wire tie downs, but I'm just going to, for now, for the testing phase, I'll just kind of cinch up the wiring and hold it into the rails. I think maybe that needs to go the other way around. Hold on. Yeah, the box like makes it look way less like a kind of a slapdash affair. Makes it look a lot more pro. Here, we'll just, for now, we'll just do the plug. I'll see if I can mount this entire thing. This right angle plug, because that'll keep the weight of the cable off of things. I don't know, I can put it like here. Or over here. Put it all the way over here. No, that gets in the way. I don't know where I want to put it, but the LIN bus just plugs in right there. So I can put it like... Problem is, I made this thing, this little angle iron, and it's got the mini XLR connector on it. But the mini XLR connector means that I can't get to the bolt. So I can't twist it properly. So it's really hard to install. It's really, really hard to install. Like, I can install it. I'm just going to put this on the back just to take up some of the extra cable, because I'm going to get rid of this connector. I don't need it on this. The control box is going to be part of this setup, so... damn it. Yeah, in order to put this angle iron on stuff, I need to fully undo the XLR plug. And in order to fully undo the XLR plug, since the XLR plug's nut, it is up against the bracket, I have to unbuckle the whole thing and then twist the entire wire in order to undo this. It is the worst. It's just the worst. See, now everything's out of the way, and I can attach this thing. Let's get the appropriate sized bolts there, and then I'm just gonna, I don't know, just attach this. Ah, damn it! There goes the fastener for the XLR plug. This is something that I'm gonna have to re-engineer. I'll have to re-engineer this, as is typical. That's not really going to fit in there. It only fits in the 80/20 rail. All right, then you get to go up here. We'll just put it here for now. Just hold it in place. The size of this bolt is such that it bottoms out on the 20/20 rails, which is fun. That's fun. Oh yeah, that was a drop. You are correct, sir. Alright, so let's get this thing attached, at least so it doesn't irritate me. Yeah, I guess the wheel is going to have a LIN bus distribution thing, and then the pedals and the e-brake are going to be their own distribution thing. So I'm going to need another LIN bus plug on that setup. I'm going to need another connector on the control box. But we'll figure that one out after I get literally everything else done. All right, this is not cooperating. I think maybe I need to use the other plug as a wrench to twist to the connector. Look at this. Yeah. Now you're doing it. Now you're thinking. That's right. That's wrong. That's wrong. Everything is wrong. It's completely wrong. Okay, hold on. There we go. This is the dumbest. This is just the dumbest thing. I probably should have put like a JST connector back here. I don't have anything planned for the 1,000 drop event. I don't. I just don't. I just don't. I don't have it in me. All right, there. So the connector is going to be facing down, but that should be all right. See, this is the way that it hooked up originally. I need to update this because it's not the best. It's not the best. It's all right, but I don't need a connector here. This can go directly back to the control panel. It doesn't need to be disconnected in order to move it, like the whole system around, you know? So, all right, that comes over here, and then these come over here like this. This one comes up and over like this. Or sorry, this comes up and over. I guess we'll have a big bundle of wires on top of this thing. Yeah, I don't have anything planned, sorry. I've been a little busy lately. Been a little busy dropping stuff. I'm not planning the dropping stuff. So that plugs up there. This one comes up. Well, I mean, it can go directly, but I need to, like, route it through stuff just so it's out of the way. Just keep it out of the way, you know? You know? Just for now. For the test phase, I suppose. Was the gas pedal... I think the gas pedal was the one all the way at the bottom. There. And then the brake pedal was above it. I would like to hold this out this way. I think what I need to do, I'm going to come out and around. I don't, you know, on the final thing, I'm not going to have any wires on the outside of this because I don't want to like break them by moving these heavy things around. Yeah, this whole system is not light, so I have to consider what it's like to move stuff around, and you know, get everything plugged in so that we're not rubbing cables up against everything. So right now I'm doing wire crime by flipping stuff around and like routing it all weird, but that's just to keep them out of the way. And then later on, I can put little wire cleats on this thing and, you know, really hold them out of the way. But for right now, that's fine. That'll be okay. All right. So yeah, if I hit the gas pedal, we get a nice big change in data over here. Hit the brake pedal, like that, we get a nice big change in data right here. And then if I hit the clutch pedal, we get a nice big change in data right there. All well and good. Today's a whiskey evening. All right, good luck tomorrow. I have to plan like a month ahead if I'm gonna have whiskey. Weird. Okay. So, the LIN bus flows to everything that we need it to flow to. However, this board right here has no home. This board is not just for testing purposes. This board is our new device. We took code from an old device, we changed up the packet a little bit, and we figured out the addresses a little better, and then we put a little check code in there to make sure that it wasn't triggering off of the wrong parts of the signal. Apparently that was a problem that was only really flushed out by going to a different microcontroller. We currently have 4 different microcontrollers in this system. We have the one that's in the steering wheel that we have no access to and didn't program at all. We have the LIN bus master, which is a Teensy 3.2, which we have full control over and did program at all. That's doing bitbang LIN bus signaling. We then have 2 AT-Tiny85s, one in the sequential shifter, and the other one is in the pedals. 2 AT-Tiny85s that we had full control over, but used Digispark because of my lack of knowledge of how to run an AT-Tiny85. It also means with the Digispark bootloader that we can plug into them and upload a little bit easier than if we were just doing raw AT-Tiny85 Arduino code. In addition to that, we have now added the Atmega328P, the venerable Atmega328P, star of every single Arduino going back in time in memoriam. Basically, it's the Atmega328P is like one of the more common Arduino microcontrollers from a little bit back in the day, but all right, so that board is hooked up to a LIN bus device, and so we need to build a circuit what contains a LIN bus, what do you call it? I guess you call it a modem, right? A LIN bus UART, and has a plug for the Arduino Pro, has headers for that, and then brings all of our signals in and out and has the LIN bus plug on it, and then has the plugs that we can use to attach it to the switches up here. That's our goal. Let's work on that. That's what I want to work on right now. So first things first, I need a circuit board, and I am running out. I am running out of these things. I mean, I guess we could use just any old sensibly sized circuit board. It would be nice to be able to put this thing into an enclosure immediately. I don't think I really have. I used to have some smaller enclosures, but I mean, I can 3D print an enclosure pretty quickly. Yeah, it doesn't look like I really have anything. I used to have enclosures. You put it in this, which is the case that my phone screen came in that I didn't use for anything. It's like a carbon fiber, but it's wood. It's too flat. It's too wide and flat. We'll just do a circuit board for now, and then I'll 3D print around it, basically. So I'll just get a standard circuit board. I think maybe the long one is what we're going to use, but it doesn't need to be that big of a device. Technically, I don't think I really want to do that. I'm thinking about if I can use one of these boards and populate the LIN bus stuff, but don't populate the AT-Tiny85 stuff. No, that's not really useful. That doesn't work. So this setup right here only has so many pins going in and out of it, so Whose emote is that? Darko. Oh my god. It's all Gunter. That's great. Okay. So we won't use one of these circuit boards. I will just put one of the LIN bus chips down. So we need to figure out what our circuit is. We need to figure out what our circuit is, and I think I have circuit diagrams in the folder. What's that still doing open? Get out of here. What? 2 Twitch windows? What is this? Oh my god, it's like almost everything is the same on the 2 different ones. Ugh, I must have opened the web pages twice at some point. Okay, there. Folders. So, FreeNAS, Stream, and then Mercwheel. And then PC, no, that's the Mercedes PCB. Pedals. No, that's different work. Scans? No. We've done a lot of different work on this thing. Done a lot of different work. Software. That's all that stuff. Hardware. LIN control unit. Wait, that's AMG. What is this? Oh my god, it's starting up. Oh no, this is the wrong file. This is the picture of the oh yeah, that's the motor. This is the picture in GIMP of the overlay of the circuit board on top of itself, so that I can figure out where all the traces are going and map them. So what I did is I highlighted over it. I didn't get very far though. Didn't get very far, but yeah, that's one way to reverse engineer it. We didn't need to reverse engineer it. All we needed to do was just hit it with LIN bus. 5055. What the hell is that? Oh, these are. Yeah, okay. Don't need to know any of that stuff. All right. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't know how many circuit resources I really have on this thing. Oh yeah, that's what the airbag should look like. Don't have that. Those are the 4 terminals on the circuit board. That's what somebody looks like. I don't know. It's sitting in a chair, which is a lot harder to achieve than you think if you don't just buy a chair. And that's the slip ring. Old programming. Don't need any of that. No, I don't think I have anything in here. I mean, I've got a description of the hardware in, what do you call it? In the code, in the comments section of the code, but... I mean, all we really need to do is look up the data sheet for the chip that we're going to use. There's a Maxim product that was in the Hackaday article that shows you what you need in order to run LIN bus. So you have 12 volts coming in, and that thing makes 5 volts out of it. So we need to look for that chip. And I guess we're going to build it on... Oh, which one do we build it on? I'll just build it on a large PCB, so I'm not cramped for room. Because we need 2 5-pin connectors. I think this is probably our best bet. We need the 3-pin connector, 2 5-pin connectors. We need to fit the entire Pro Mini, and then we need an 8-pin IC included with the rest of this. Now, I could use the little breakout boards that I have, but I don't know. I think we can just do an 8-pin IC directly onto the thing. I think that'll be fine. And that'll make us our 5 volts that's going to power everything. So we need to find where those LIN bus things are, not the 3-volt ones. We need to find the 5-volt LIN bus chips. Oh my god. Why are you so bright? There. Well, that's not close. That's too close. Too close. We'll work with that in a minute. I'm probably going to need to move stuff in order to work with it. We just need to find our parts now. Let's try to get it so you guys can read what I'm reading. Does that look all right? It looks like weird and blurry. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know. My camera setup is weird this week. I don't know why. Hey, it's because the other light is so far away. No. Port expander. This is what we used on the output section, but that's not going to help us right now. That's the operational amplifier from a piece of musical equipment that Julian has already sold. He doesn't have it anymore, but we modified it, and the Scandinavian producers of this piece of musical equipment, Electron, they glued down the ICs. So I got all the chip quick out and everything, and I got the IC up to soldering temperature, and then I had to pry it, and it went crunch, and I was like, oh my god. You've obtained the potato chip Reese's? That was a little fast. How far away is the store? I'm getting a little suspicious of you. I don't think it's in these. These are like kind of generic. Yeah, those are accelerometers, I think. Or no, those might be port expanders. I'll need to give these their own bin at some point. Hire an intern to organize all my stuff. Or we just do some organization streams. Those would be nice to have. A little bit of organization in this piece. These are all Maxim chips, but they're all switches. And all the this is why you don't use permanent marker on top of these bins, because all of the markings rub off. They just go away. God, it's like 75 degrees out right now. Actually, what does it say it is outside? 79 degrees. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Well, none of this is useful. None of this through-hole crap. We're doing surface mount for no reason. Quad triple twos. I2C mux. Pretty cool part right there. Never have a use for it, but it's a pretty cool part from an old project. The potato chips are hard and stale. Yeah, that's what I would expect. They're not crushing, you know, they're not going to add a factory process that crushes the potato chips and makes them into the size into a palatable size for the Reese's peanut butter. No, they're going to sweep the floors at the potato chip factory in order to get that crap. Really? Tutter's watching something on TV and one of the songs from Long Drive is used? That's hilarious. God, that game's music is ridiculous. Yeah, take everything out, put it in a slightly different place, and feel good about it. Man, I'm pissed off that I've got to do taxes. I figured that out this morning. I don't know why I'm so dumb. I was like, yeah, oh, there's a federal limit on it. Wait a minute, local taxes. Ugh, stupid thing. I thought I could just like ride it out this season. Quad 2907. No. All no. Oops, all no. Schottky diodes. These are some op amps. This one's looking like it's promising. Here's an 8-pin surface mount IC. I think this is an I2C EEPROM though. Not good. Will not have again. I mean, honestly, like, why did that idea even make it out of the boardroom, you know? Some weird-ass fucking executive is like, I like to eat my Reese's peanut butter cups with potato chips. Yeah! And then they were like, oh, that's a great idea, boss. Great idea, boss. Really good idea. Oh, am I allowed to say this on Twitch, too? This might be a banned term. PDDE files. 34164 PDDE3. 34164 PDDE. I2C EEPROM, right? Micro power under voltage sensing circuits. I'm not really doing anything with battery anymore. So a battery or complex systems that don't like to be shut down. But with all these crumbled chips, find some way to sell them. Yeah, that's essentially it. It's like, look at how do we cut costs even more? Well, let's provide material for another thing that's going to promote our brand, I guess. You know, they've gotten a lot of free press from me whinging about potato chips in a Reese's peanut butter cup. But honestly, I think food crimes like that need to be singled out and shamed publicly. So yeah, this is not a useful chip. This is a brownout detector. What happens in electronics is if you have sensitive systems that might be able to save their data in a split second, or things that need to go back to a default state on like a power shortage or loss, or even a power down, you have a chip like this, and it drives an interrupt. It drives an interrupt in your. I caught it. It drives an interrupt in your microcontroller that'll immediately perform a task, and then potentially save your electronics from having a bad power outage. You know, like you can park all the data in an EEPROM very quickly before the power goes completely out. Surface mount switches. These are all the SparkFun parts, I think. That's not the right chip, it's a different chip. All right, so no bueno here. I think I labeled the one that has the proper IC in it. What is this one? This one looks expensive. What are you? What are you? You look like an expensive chip. What are you? What the hell are what are you? Texas Instruments HB245 72K. SN74AHT. Is that another brownout sensor? A43L. '87th Legister from Legiscan. Partisan bill, Democrat, 1-0. 2021, refer to Homeland Security public date. All right, cool. So it's congressional stuff. I don't know. It doesn't explicitly say that it's 74 series, does it? Because like that's not really the package. That's a surface mount package. That's a QFN. HB245 72K. Let's get rid of the 72K. There it is, octal bus transceiver. I vaguely remember it now. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's not the right thing. I mean, maybe it is. It doesn't really seem like that's what it is. Oh, that's the package. So maybe that is right. Maybe that is right. So what is this? This is it a voltage shifter? Two-way communications between data buses. So this is a yeah. So this is a voltage shifter, is what that is. Okay, makes sense. I think I bought a bunch of them for some reason recently. I thought I'd need to shift some voltages around, and I didn't end up doing it. I'm like dropping my tweezers all the time today. I just can't seem to hold on to them. All right, so no bueno. That one's bad. I gotta keep these up top until I'm done looking for the part, because I don't want to look through any of these twice. It's more efficient. This is why having desk space is nice, but we don't have desk space today. I don't got no desk space. 2N3904, use optos. Why do these look worn? I think they're just dirty. LJVP. The hell's that? No. 2-volt Zener. Oh wait, we already looked at that one. Haha! That's exactly what I was trying to avoid. Any of these? These are like kind of like spillover parts. No, definitely no. These are like crystals, like nice crystals. Nope, those are sockets. Rest of this thing, Negatron. Nope, nothing. Okay, next. Unused optics sound dirty. That's just your dirty, filthy mind filling in the blanks for you. It's like your mom jokes, you know? God. fucking hate those now. It got so overused. This is all crystals. And jumpers. And broken bins. Alright. Crystals and jumpers. Nope. You clean your filthy mind or you're gonna end up like Twitch. Censoring people for words that don't have bad meanings. Like, man, I'm just angry at Twitch. I'm super angry at Twitch, if you guys didn't notice. Let's see, those are regular components. I think I got a couple more way back in here. Yeah, here we go. Here are the two that I need to look through. These are the ones that are going to inevitably have it. Let's see what we got. Bunch of LEDs. Am I allowed to use the term LED on Twitch? Nothing. Now, I know I have a bunch of these chips sitting in some bin. Is it literally the last bin? High Rose, white LED, AT Tiny Graveyard. What are you? You're not it. You're not it. You never were. Well, what the hell did I do with these parts, then? I know I've got a couple of these things sitting around. I mean, I ordered like 10 of them. I know I have one sitting in a perforated prototyping board. Did I pass over them? I don't think I did. I remember them being stored in a weird place, though. And this is not it, because these are all the SparkFun miscellaneous parts. It's not there. LDO, no. Was it stored in these? No, that's not it. That's a voltage regulator. Nope, 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 and nope. And then these are all different parts. They're not what we're looking for. What are these? Up here. I don't know. Let's take a look at these and see what they are. What's up, Turbo Dad? I was looking at my analytics earlier just to say that, like, because somebody was like, oh, that term is a potty word in French. And I'm like, I'm fucking not French. Like, I'm not French. I don't have a French language stream here. And so as such, I don't give a shit if it might be a potty term in another language. But this is what I was complaining about earlier. But I opened up my analytics and it turns out you're one of my top referrers, apparently. Look at this. There are no bad connotations to this word, just because it sounds like another word. Just because it sounds like another word, apparently I can't use it in my title. What's going on with this platform? I think they're overreacting. I don't think there's a I don't think there's like a ring or a contingency of the people who are using the word that they think I'm trying to use when I'm actually just describing a foot-operated device. Even the Latin roots of the word are just foot. Pedal. A-L. God, it's so stupid. Anyway, get back to this. Get back to looking for the part that we're looking for, huh? Instead of me just flipping out on stream. All right, what are you? Well, it's starting out with a microchip part, so that's not looking very promising. A little closer up here. Okay, 2-4 Kotuk. 24C's, is that a 0 or an O? I hate that. SN1113. 1113 sounds familiar. SN1113, it might be an op amp. SN1113. It's a Brussels airline. Data sheet. Double open-ended spanner. Yeah, it's a wrench. For those of you that aren't in England, because I don't speak English. Englandese. I don't speak it. We speak American here. No, for those who don't speak British, a spanner is a wrench. So That's definitely the part that I have sitting on my bench. I mean, you can't even tell. You won't even be able to tell when I flip cameras. Yeah, that's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. All right. The SN1113 is not part of the part number, apparently. So 24CO2C or CO2. Yeah, that's definitely a C. All right. Jeez. 2 kilobit I2C EEPROM. Oh well. Well, we're not interested in saving settings like that, and if we do, we can use the internal EEPROM from the Arduino, so we don't really need that. And I'm not too keen on doing little, you know, microcontroller tricks in order to make you save memory into this thing permanently. So we don't need this. We don't need any memory. It's just easier if we don't. Boy, oh boy. Okay, I'm running out of bins to look at in order to figure out where the hell these chips went. I know I put them in a bin. And maybe it was in one of the bins that we just were looking at. Let me just get some stuff out of the way down here. See if there's any more hidden treasures. I mean, this whole drawer is just full of treasure. But I think I'm out of clear bins that have miscellaneous parts in them. These are all passives. Unless there's one hanging out. Nope, that's just an open drawer. Yeah, these are all passives. Big old chunk of passive devices. So somewhere in the bins that I've already looked at are the Maxim chips that are going to allow us to speak LIN bus. So we need to get to them and find them. What is this? Oh yeah, these are my old chips. Look at these guys. I got some gold ones too. Let's look at those real quick. I want to look at these. These are just neat. This is just me getting distracted. Welcome to an ADHD stream. My streamer is ADHD. I actually do, and I am medicated for it. I don't talk about it, though. I don't put it in my title or in my tags. That shit is tough to get because they treat you like a criminal. And then people offer to buy the pills for like $20, and you're like, fuck off. I need to be a normal person. All right. Move this stuff to the side. Our favorite Adderall streamer. Nah, I don't, you know, I don't want those jokes. Your Pepsi bottle looks so different. This is a 1 liter. This is a larger Pepsi bottle. So, I don't know, maybe ours looks similar. The fucking shrinkflation, right? I have to go out and specifically buy a slightly larger bottle of it in order to get enough Pepsi, but those skinny bottles full of lies, I hate those. They try to like shrinkflate the size of the bottles. The 16 ounces become 8 ounces. Little bastards. Yeah, the paper prescriptions. For a while, my dad would write me the prescription, but unfortunately, there are laws about family members prescribing now. So I had to go back and see a shrink for like 4 visits, and the shrink was like, you don't need to see me. Like, here's a note so your regular doctor can actually fill this. I'm like, I've been on this medication since I was 15. It's been a long time, and it's only beneficial. There have been no drawbacks. So, these are chips from a closing lab. LM373, that's an op amp. What are these, though? These are cool. These are like gold. Back when I don't think these are like radiation hardened. But let's look up the LaHirsch 2CD. LH006 2 CD. CD's nuts. LH0062. It's not auto-completing because I'm searching a dictionary. Datasheet. National Semiconductor. What do we got? Ooh. Old school. It opens up with a circuit diagram. You don't see that these days. You don't see that these days. They open, the cold open on this chip is the circuit, the internal circuit diagram. I don't even know what this thing is. Connection to avalanche photodiode. Avalanche photodiode. I used to play bass for them in high school. The LH0062. Precision high-speed FET input operational amplifier with more than an order of magnitude improvement in slew rate and bandwidth over conventional FET IC op amps. So this is like a super sensitive, super accurate research level type of op amp. This is the kind of thing where if you want a readout from a sensor, you are absolutely going to make it super duper and ultra super duper nice, I guess. I don't know. I haven't read into this too much. I don't know how these numbers compare with like modern ones. They're probably worse. They're probably worse than like a normal op amp. But like this thing is covered in this is like a telecom level kind of thing, because I mean it's got gold. I keep going to the wrong camera, sorry. It's got gold. It's got gold on it. Look at that, it's beautiful. Got a couple of these things. Well, I don't have more LHs, but I do have some of these guys. That's pretty crazy. Well, noted that I have them. Beckman. I thought I'd never hear that name again. Beckman. You come in here with a name like Beckman? I can't believe you. Well, let's look up Beckman here. Beckman. That's like the Beekman's original pilot name, but then they changed it for broadcast. Beckman 898-1. Oh, there it was. 898. You fucking keyboard. 8. Yeah, for an audio amp, but my problem, my thoughts on that are that probably a modern part would do better, just because it has better specifications, right? I mean, aside from the thing being covered in gold and looking really cool, it would be cool to have in like an audio amp that like you would see the chip. But like, other than that, I have a feeling that there are better chips nowadays, you know? Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'd like to know, but I have a feeling that that's the case. Oh, that looks like Beckman, except Beckman isn't written across it because at least Mauser has some sense of decency and they don't have Beckman written right in front of my face. Can't believe they would use that kind of language. Standard resist. Oh, it's a dual inline thick film. Thick film resistor network. So it's just a bunch of resistors. It's a thick film resistor network, though. Yeah, look at that. I guess if you have a bunch of, like, I don't know, what would you use a bunch of high power resistors in a device like this for? I would guess vacuum tube setups where you have a lot of heaters to deal with, maybe, and you'd put all the heaters into this resistor because it's a high wattage resistor array. I don't know. It seems a bit crazy that the whole body of this thing is ceramic, but I would assume that's for heat dissipation purposes. So if you have a bunch of things that are chugging along and using a lot of current, you need resistors on them. I suppose this is what you would use. And I have 2 of them. And they're 1 kiloohm. Interstill, the TH5, the venerable TH5143CPE. I think we all know that. We all know this one by heart. We know what this is, and we don't really need to discuss it any further than that. All right, let's move on. No, all right, Interstill IH514. Is it a 4-4? CMOS analog switches. So this is definitely from the brain monitoring project. It was a university research kind of thing that I helped with a little bit back when I was a teenager and a little bit into college. I worked on a little bit of circuit design for them to kind of help them out with that. But this is basically a near infrared frontal lobe brain monitoring device. It was like kind of like a non-invasive, like, well, it's kind of like an MRI, the technology keeps coming up in the news over and over again, and I saw a more recent version of it. It's like a blue, weird-looking headpiece that you put on. I think the Japanese used fiber optic, like sticks to go up to the skull if you have hair. But basically, the whole point of it was, first of all, if you shine certain frequencies of light on the body, that light will end up going through tissue as if it was tissue paper. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. No, it would go through and basically under certain frequencies of light, your skin doesn't show up, for instance. Like it'll go through tissue and bone and bounce off of blood. And there are two particular frequencies. One of them goes through and bounces off of blood. The other one goes through and it bounces off of deoxygenated blood. So if you're using the oxygen in the blood, then the cells are doing something, and if they're doing something, then the numbers of oxygenated blood changes, right? So what you can do, use these two frequencies, and if you use them on the brain, well, the prefrontal cortex is nice and easy to access, right? Because you don't have hair on the front of your foreheads. I assume that you guys don't have hair on the front of your foreheads. Anyway, front of your forehead, prefrontal cortex, last part of the brain to evolve. It's all the higher functions, all the emotions and the higher functions that we humans have. It's our advantage, our evolutionary advantage. But the part about the brain that's so interesting is that at the back of the brain, you got this wonderful cluster, this wonderful vascular. You guys have a vacuum inside of your brains. No. And this wonderful vascular cluster, what is responsible for divvying out the amount of blood that the brain uses. The brain only uses a certain amount of blood, always. No matter how much work is being done by the brain, always uses a certain amount of blood, right? A certain amount of blood is flowing through it and giving you that wonderful life-giving oxygen. However, in order to only use a certain amount of blood but provide a whole lot of functionality, the brain divvies up the amount of blood that it sends to different places. So if you start doing a lot of motor tasks, those artery veins or whatever the fuck, they dilate and they open up, and so you actually can see an increased level of blood flow and oxygenation per the parts of the brain that you're using. So that technology is kind of weird. It was used to identify hemorrhages. It was used to identify the aha moment when you solve a problem, and it was used to identify when a person is lying, because when you lie, you think about the truth as well, maybe. But all of these are it's like kind of a solution in search of a problem. But I guess it kind of works for that stuff. And we only use 5% of it. Wasn't it like 10? But, you don't use your whole brain at once. It's called a seizure. Anyway, Dat Deets, thank you for the 48 months. I really appreciate it. It's a celebration of bother, but in a way it's a celebration of me. No, it's a celebration of my wallet. That's what that is. All right, we gotta find the right chip. There's some other interesting things in here, but like those switches were used to send data to sensitive op amps that were then measured and transmitted to a computer. Back in the days of serial ports, this was in the 90s. So they would have these analog switches that would switch very cleanly their op amps that were amplifying optical detectors. I think later on they moved to optical detectors that had their own op amps in them, but it would basically switch on the LEDs and then read from the banks of optical sensors that surrounded them on the front of your head. And then that would give them lots and lots of histogram type research data in order to figure out either when the aha moment is, or try to make some sense of the data. You see, the brain, you can't just turn the brain off. And so it's hard to get a baseline level of activity. And so a lot of what they were doing is they had people coming in and like meditating and stuff like that. And then they had people doing anagrams or whatever, solving little puzzles. Good buddy of mine, was big into the game Pod Racer. That Star Wars with the pod racing. They had a computer game for it, a 3D computer game for it, and he was obsessed with it, and he got to the point where we were strapping people into this research project and having them play Pod Racer to see what kind of decision-making would happen in the brain in the lapse of a race. Pretty crazy stuff. I've wanted to build one of those machines on stream for a while. I'd have to figure out where to get the specialized frequency LEDs from, or laser diodes, depending. All right, so somewhere in here are the chips that we need. I just need to find them. I need to find the damn things, and I don't know what I did with them. I have the chips. I know that they exist because I used them. Did I not reattach them to the rest of the stuff? I think I tacked them back on. You know, I had a bin like this that was all over the place. No, the Pod Racer game was fun. Come on. That was a fun game. Actually, the worst part about the setup that we had is back in the day, we didn't have, you know, the specific light point going into the skull, and we had to make sure to close out a lot of excess light, and we had to make sure that those sensors were pressed up against the person's forehead. So we had people who, you basically have a gauze turban on with these two rubber pucks up against the front of your head. Applied Science did a video about choosing. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I haven't watched that one yet because I'm gonna be jealous of what he does. Basically, what we would do is we would wrap a person's brain in gauze. So we'd have this poor teenager sitting in a chair with the two big pucks up against their forehead, and then a very, very tight wrap of you know, that whatever medical wrap, putting a lot of pressure on them to the degree where they had like a big red mark where the two pucks were. Non-invasive. Non-invasive does a lot of work sometimes to describe what's going on. Oh man, where did these parts go? I2C accelerometer. I mean, this is SO8 miscellaneous. That's not the right part. I thought it was going to be in one of these side bins. That's where I thought I stashed them. There's two different chips, and I haven't seen either of them, by the way. There's two different chips. I ordered the 3-volt version of it, too, and that was a mistake. And so we're looking for the one that's the 5-volt version of that chip. And it's an SO8. It's an 8-pin chip. Copper levels in water using LEDs. That sounds cool. I want to see that project. Simply non-invasively, yeah. It's non-invasive because technically the brain can't feel pain. That's kind of it, right? So one of you is hiding an 8-pin chip, and I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. You cannot escape. $64K prom. I guess I have no reason not to trust that. LPF. No. Yeah, those are the right things. Miscellaneous desoldered. No. Damn it. I thought it would be a lot easier to find this part. But yeah, that research was funny. I think my friend went up in front of Congress to talk about the project at one point, because they had a lot of federal grants, and so he had to make this whole rack mount computer that he could travel with to DC. Ferrite beads, no. Hyros, no. Fucked AT Tinies. This bin is way too full. Look at how many chips are in there. That's all I'm gonna show. 1K. This is... I mean, there's some other chips in here. I don't think these are them. We'll take a look, though. We'll see what chip this is. I mean, it's an SO8. Might have a different home. You put a substance in there that... Oh, I see. So it's like a... Yeah, it's like a reactivity kind of test. Less light that gets through, the more copper's there. Sounds like test strips back in the day. Oops, wrong camera. Boop. Slightly less wrong camera. Big stack of bins that's like threatening to fall over. I think there might be another set of bins that I'm not finding. Wait, PDD-E3. Didn't we already run into this? 34164. 34164. App for data shirt. Data sheet PDF. I can only type with my left hand on this keyboard, and it feels like I have a brain injury when I do it. MC34164 micro power undervolt sensing. Useless! Why do you save them if they're broken? I feel like some of them can be saved because this bin started before I had the 12-volt reprogrammer. Now that I have the 12-volt reprogrammer, I kind of want to go through those and see which ones survived, which ones can still take on code. That'll be a stream for another day, and it'll be more fun than anything else. Wait a minute. I had to hit a button like 50 times to do that. They were right under my fucking nose the whole time. God damn it. All right, so MLX 850 is the one that we want. This is the 3-volt version. This is the 5-volt version. So MLX 80050, right? MLX 8050. This is a LIN bus transceiver chip. It turns the single wire protocol into a TX and an RX signal that we can then use a microcontroller against. So this takes 12 volts in and it gives 5 volts out. It is a $1 5-volt voltage regulator as well as a transceiver chip. Pretty cool. So if you're doing anything with like a, I don't know, I feel like 12 volts would probably go over distance nicely, but if you want to power your devices off of your bus, you can make up any protocol you want. The sky's the limit. I'm not going to call the police. I mean, the police might get called, but it's not going to be me snitching. You can do whatever the hell you want on this thing. You could do a 1 or a 0 over the 12-volt line if you really feel like wasting your money. But the cool part about this chip is just that it just does what it says, right? It has 2 functions. One is to take 12 volts and turn it into 5 volts so that you can have a little functional sensor on the end. And the other function it has is splitting your signal into a TX and RX, and that's it. Your RX is actually going to be receiving your TX at the same time, just through feedback loop. Doesn't matter. This thing don't care. It just does its job. Pretty cool. So anyway, those are the 2 things that we need. We need the chip, and we need a socket for that thing to go into, and that's it. We're going to need some parts to support the LIN bus chip, and we'll figure out what those are by looking up the data sheet, because I, like those who have come before me, am a completely and utterly waste of human knowledge. I do not need to reinvent the wheel to run this chip. This chip has a data sheet, and this data sheet for this chip, for this MLX, whatever, has a sample circuit, and that sample circuit is exactly the circuit that I'm going to put into my device. That's how engineers work all across the board. Even the ones that are doing hardcore electronics are just taking either an equation or just a circuit diagram from a data sheet, and they are putting it onto the PCB. They might make a creative layout for the whole thing in order to fit it in, but cutting corners by not following the circuit diagram in the data sheet is not a good idea. Not a good idea. It's actually hilarious how uncreative electronics designers are in that regard. Because that means as people who know reverse engineering, we can just look up the data sheet and we get a circuit diagram, and then lo and behold, all of the parts are influenced by the data sheet. So 80050C Maxim, although there's no Maxim logo on there. I bought the damn thing, so I know it's from Maxim. So 80050C. Assman? Really? Maybe it's not Maxim. Did I get the thing wrong? Malexis. Okay, sorry, it's not Maxim. So I bought the damn thing, so I don't know what it is. Data sheet. No, don't download it. Ah, whatever. All right. LIN bus transceiver. We could have bought it in a schmexy surface mount QFN package. That would have been kind of cool, but the SO8 is much easier to work with. I guess one of my new solders comes today, and then the other one comes tomorrow. So I'm not going to have my super tiny surface mount size soldering setup for a little bit. I was just throwing away some stuff that was on the side there. Okay, so Lin 2-point blank. Okay, operating voltage 5 to 27. Now, since this is an automotive style product, this thing is going to have quite a bit of resilience in terms of the voltages that it's allowing in. Cars are not clean environments. They have some very horrible voltages running around them, including like 13 to like 18 or something for the battery, right? And then you have electrical faults that can do even more horrible stuff. So one of the tenets of car electronics design is that you actually have to be able to, you're deafened? What do you mean you're deafened? You're not deafened. But yeah, the cars have to also be unsusceptible. They have to be tolerant of a reverse wired battery, because lo and behold, in the past that has happened, and entire vehicle electrical systems were taken with it. You know, wrong pins in the wrong parts, and everything goes to crap. So okay, so example circuit. That's all we need. That's all we need. Scroll, scroll, scroll. I don't care about all the features. I know how this thing works. I know what I'm all about. What? Oh, he has me muted. Oh, I see. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Look at that. 8 pins. 8 pins. Not a care in the world. Beautiful. Down we go. Down, down, down. Down in my belly. Scotch, scotch, scotch. Where is our circuit I don't want to look at that. I don't want to look at that. Keep moving. Keep moving all the way down here. So here's the like digital ones and zeros. We don't care about that. We just want your example circuit, which is I think right about here. There we go. There's for you. That's what we're building. So yeah, we just need like a Schottky diode, 100 nanofarad capacitor, some 220Ps. Maybe a 2.2U and a 100 nanofarad with a 10K ohm resistor on the NRES. I don't know what NRES is. Wait a minute. What the hell is NRES? The problem is the description of the pins is all the way up here. So we got to jump from section to section. What the hell is NRES? Boop, 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 boop. And I'll put this all behind like a 3D printed enclosure so we don't have to look at the hideous circuit that I built. Under voltage reset output. Don't need it. NRES is totally pointless, so we don't really need the 10K there. Or do we actually need... Is that for it or for other stuff? Hold on. Control F, NRES. No! Describe! Ah! Outputs the reset state as well as the watchdog condition. I don't think I need to do anything with this pin. Yeah, it's a buffered out. It's like an output. It pulls low. It's totally pointless. I don't need NRES at all. Wait a minute, but on the previous on the ones that I built, wanted IT, but there's always been this part of me that wants to do EE stuff. Yeah, it's nice when you get out of the math of EE, because then you start getting into a little bit slightly more creative things. I have always needed like part of my soul has needed a creative outlet. So do we have to do anything with NRES? I remember putting a whole lot of effort into wiring up this stupid pin. Have you resigned yourself to a Lin chip? No. These are the ones that I already have. These are the ones that I used in the previous parts of the project. And we're hooking this up to our shifter device. The shifter device is using an Atmega 328P. Sorry, 328 PAU. In order just for the sole fact that it has a lot of pins on it, right? It has a lot of pins. We can put 8 pins onto the thing and then make it transmit for us. I could maybe design a circuit board that would do all the functions of this device, but I don't think I need to do that for just one thing. We can just wire it up with a perforated prototyping board, and then I'll put a little 3D print enclosure around it. We'll call it a day. We'll call it a day. I don't want to mess around with this too much. I want to get this done, you know. So we're building a device that's going to use this chip. This is the Melexis LIN bus chip, and they're pretty cheap. That was my hang-up. ADHD and calculus never mixed well. 3 failed semesters. Homework was always great, but I always choked during tests. I was the opposite. I didn't do too well for tests. Just, yeah, ADHD and testing. But I had to learn how to learn. Control systems. Sorry. What was that? Fuck, what was that? The matrix algebra class. Linear algebra. There we go. Linear algebra, I thought I was doing real great in, and I fucking bombed. And that was like the second course that I had failed in college. And I had talks where it was like, do you really want to be an engineer? And I'm like, yeah, I really want to be an engineer. And so I had to learn how to learn. Doesn't this chip mean you don't need to emulate the protocol with a microcontroller? No. All this chip is doing, all this complexity here, all this chip is doing is it's basically like a voltage level shifter, but it also splits out the TX and the RX. So the function of this chip is laid bare in the application circuit diagram. I was saying earlier, in the part that you missed, Cannibal, is that engineers are not creative people. I say that, but you take that with a huge grain of salt, because creativity in engineering is like, it should be one of the cornerstones, right? They don't concentrate on that at all. At least not in my academic experience. They had absolutely no, there were no classes on how to foster creativity or anything like that. You had to take those yourself as some kind of an elective. And I took a course that was called, what was it called? Ah, crap. The subtitle, the class was like, I think it was like sociology or something, and like science, religion, magic, or there was something like the subtitle was science, religion, magic. It was awesome. It was a class about like weird misinformation kind of stuff. But anyway, they don't really stress creativity in electronics a lot. Generally, that kind of benefits us though, because this thing right here is a prime example of how engineering typically works in electronics, is that you find the application circuit and you do exactly what they say. Now, what I've just discovered is this pin right here is giving us information that we don't give a shit about, which is under voltage information. It's got a 10K ohm resistor going to power that gets pulled down when there's an under voltage event. We don't care. I don't care. So our microcontroller here is just doing the TX and the RX. And then the enable, oh, that's what it is. Yeah, we need to put the pull up to VCC on the enable pin. So instead of having the microcontroller enable LIN, I can't moderate in other languages. Anyway, enable pin, yeah, pull up and all that stuff. All right, so let's get to building this thing. We need a 2.2, a 100 nanofarad, or a couple 100 nanofarads, and a 2.2 to 100 microfarad capacitor. We need a bunch. The 100 nanofarads is 0.1 UF, so that's the most common capacitor. It's just a decoupling capacitor. But 2.2, I think I got some of those. We'll take a look. We'll figure it out. We got to get the chip down onto the board first, and then we'll wire it all up, and we'll get connectors on there and everything, and I think we'll just roll with that. Should be pretty easy to do. Boop. All right. We can go ahead and disable this whole circuit. Ah! It's dead. I've killed it. Let me turn off the power supply. The fans running in the system are... Why do I keep getting Russians in here? I don't know. They know electronics. Yeah, Russians are good at electronics, man. And they're interested in this kind of stuff, I guess. But yeah, I get a bunch. you know, I don't know where my vacuum tubes are, the ones that I ordered from, I guess from Russia. I don't know where they are. I hope they get here. I had to make sure because I'm sure my vacuum tubes are going to blow out soon. And there aren't too many. There's some sources stateside getting them, but not many. Not many. All right, so this thing is a, I mean, this chip here, this like LIN bus, this is for a different microcontroller system. So this is for a click board, but what I bought it for was because it was a breakout board. It has this is basically like a full LIN bus chip, sort of in the system that's over there, and you can just plug this into a breadboard and roll from there. So when we were working with this stuff, this was indisposable. I mean, this thing was great to have, but we're not putting it into this circuit. So that goes away, and I'll continue to use this Arduino. Why not? I mean, I could build like a little LIN bus board and have this all sit. Nah, we'll do it like this. I'll do it like this, a little bit of overhang so that I can get to the pins here, and then we'll put the LIN bus circuit here. But we're gonna need some JST connectors on this too. Wait till the Germans arrive. Ah, those guys are good at their stuff too. They know their circuits. All right. We need two 5-pin JSTs, and then we need a 3-pin. So how am I going to do this? Let's see. Closest I got to EE was working Clear Channel. Oh, God. The chief there came from Sandia National Labs. Huh. Was too damned arrogant to be of any assistance to help me learn. Yeah, the IED thing that I did was great because I worked with an RF engineer who, basically one of the managers, his buddies, was from like a satellite and radio kind of company, and he was a real old school kind of electronics guy. And so we got along great, and I learned a lot of stuff from him, a lot of test and measurement stuff for RF from him. Which was really cool. I never really like concentrated in the RF though, which would have been kind of cool to get, you know, more one-on-one kind of information from him, but I never really did. But yeah, we had a lot of cool conversations about like technology and him dropping radar dishes from the roof. Don't mention the war. You know, another streamer put it pretty nicely that a lot of people use streams as kind of an escape from all the ridiculousness that exists out in the real world. And so we should try to not concentrate on that kind of stuff. I don't understand some of your guys', oh, you think only Americans are here? I literally started the stream by talking about the percentages of other countries that are here. Like, I have that page. I think I can just Control-Shift-T. No, it's going to take a couple Control-Shift-Ts for me to get that page back. Hold on. There you go. Yeah, definitely only Americans here. Come on. OctoJ is the one Canadian, and that gives me 5% Canadian viewership. There's 2 Germans, 2 people from the UK, 1 Canadian, 1 Swede. I got somebody from Finland, too. Here's a cookie. Turbonad's been learning Finnish. I don't know what you call the Finnish language. I know the Danes speak drunk, right? But I don't know what the Finns speak. I think they speak perkele. I think that's what I've heard it called before. Perkele. All right, let's see. We need a pin and socket version of the... You know what? I think I have one that uses the nice little round pins. Hold on, let me see. I already said drunk. I don't... Moss, Yeno, Zing, White Tooth. You're just typing what I've already said, and I was drunk. Jokes. Trying to make jokes. Let's see. Let's find... I need a version that has the rounded pins on it. I guess we could use the square pins. I just don't have good square pin headers. Let's see what pins I have that are compatible with the square pin headers. Wait, what are these over here? These are like knockoff. Okay, all right, all right. All right, so we're going to use what we have. Faulty Towers. Man, I haven't watched Faulty Towers in a long time. Been a long time. Been a long time. I wonder if any of my international audience is picking up nuances of the English language from somebody who speaks with a bit of a Philly accent. Because that would be kind of tragic. I think what I need to do, because I don't have... I want to keep this one together. This one's actually really good to use on a breadboard, because I put the socket through. I put long sockets through the entire thing, which means it plugs into the prototyping board, the breadboard, and gets the pins get a good grip, and then I've got access for probes on the top. So I'm not gonna myrtleize this one. I'm not gonna cannibalize it into something else. We'll take a different one and we'll cannibalize it. I only have so many Pro Minis, but I would like to use them up and stuff. Oh yeah, this one's dead. That's an F. This one is dead. Let's find one that actually works. This one was a keep. That's not even a Pro Mini. What is it doing in there? This isn't the Pro Mini bin, that's why. I've been putting them in the wrong bin. Excuse me. I have no reason to believe that this one doesn't work. Although it does look like I've replaced the chip on it. Yep, it definitely looks like that. So do I want to use one where I know that I've replaced the chip? These are the debates that I'm having today. I picked up the way you say fuck. Oh no. All right, I'm gonna cannibalize the one that I've got out. We'll keep that one as the one that plugs into the board. That one is dead. But there's clear signs that I've replaced the chip on this thing, and it's possibly one too many times. Take a look at this. It's looking a little rough. It's looking a little rough, but if it works, it works, and I'll be glad to give this chip a home. But it, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That looks really rough. We'll give it a shot. We'll see if it takes on code and operates properly. I'm gonna replace the pins on the outside though. Let's do that first. Actually, let's program it first. Well, I think it's safer if we program it first, just to make sure that it takes code. So we're looking for the shifter. We don't need to change anything on it. We just need to put this onto the new microcontroller. So for that, I need the ATtiny85. Sorry, ATtiny85. I need the FTDI, the separate FTDI programmer for the SparkFun Pro Mini board. I probably should just order newer microcontrollers that have USB slots on them. That's kind of the way. That's kind of the way they are right now. You can get an Arduino like Pro or whatever, or no, Pro Micro or something, and it's just got a USB socket on it. That's much easier, but I've got a lot of old gear in this shop, so we're trying to use up stuff in this project. This whole project took on the form of, well, I spent the money. Let's try not spending money now. Yeah, I do like, I have somewhere around here, I have a Pro Micro. It's fun. So we're not on a Digispark. We are on an no, blah, blah, blah. We are on a Pro Mini. Five volts, 16 megahertz, COM9, etc., etc. Upload. And then we get blinking lights down here. Little blinking lights somewhere around here. Did I miss them? I missed them. All right, so that programmed in. I think we're good to go. All right, cool. So we'll build this whole thing, and then we'll discover why the programming didn't take properly later. That's how we'll do this. I want to get the hardware part of this done. Done. Are these the special long pin ones? No, they're not. Okay, so I have no remorse in taking these out. Now, for something like this where you have a bank of header pins, I find the best way to do it is to just pull them like teeth. So I pull these like teeth. I just basically pull out all the pins, and then there's going to be like solder left over. Oh. Actually, what I can do is work the plastic down a little bit, and that way they'll come up clean. So I'll take a screwdriver, flathead screwdriver. We're going to do circuit crimes right now. These are things that you don't really want to see people doing with electronics. But I want to push that plastic down a little bit. So I want to kind of get between these if I can. And just break that little friction that it has on the pins themselves. Because when these are assembled, sometimes they've got like a little rough spot, or they have like a little pressurized spot where the plastic is sort of gripping that pin and keeping it from sliding in and out. And if you solder these pins without plugging them into something and without giving that heat a place to go, that heat will go into the plastic, and oftentimes it'll ruin the plastic. And so the pin will end up melting the plastic and twisting to the side and things like that. It's bad news. It's a bad scene. So what we can do ahead of time is just use the screwdriver as a gentle pry bar. Or if you're German, you probably have a specific tool to do this. I use a flathead screwdriver. They're not really good for anything else. I don't really run into that many flathead screws these days, you know? And yet, I have a whole set of weirs for it. Oh well. Craftsman. Oh no, isn't Craftsman still around? Anyway, Craftsman, the Craftsman honor turned every single Craftsman tool into a pry bar. But those days I think are gone. So now we have to use our wits and other tools that are a little bit more specifically pry bars instead of just any old tool, any old Craftsman tool. So I used to buy them. We work on cars. We'd like break a wrench in half because we put a fence post on it in order to multiply the torque, and the wrench just fucking broke in half. So we walk into Craftsman or Sears and walk up to the counter. And I go, my wrench broke. And they go, all right, get another one off the shelf. And they just let you walk out with it. And they take the broken tool for themselves. I just dropped the screwdriver. I didn't catch it like I did every other time. All right, so I'm just gonna pry the plastic off of these, and then I'll be able to individually pull them out. And then we'll use a little solder braid to clean it up, or maybe the solder sucker to clean it up. And then I'll put some of these rounded pin headers on it, because I don't have a lot of sockets that work with the square pins. I was trying to source sockets that work with the square pins, and I ended up buying so many of the other type that I now have to use them up. I've made my bed, and now I have to sleep in it. So that's all this is, this little waste of time that we're doing right now. And it is a bit of a waste of time, but this is an easier way. Like, if you have to desolder a bank of pins, at least you guys can see this technique. Jeez, this thing is fucking resilient. Okay, hold on. Yeah. I had, one time I was, I don't know, it was like a work thing, or I forget exactly what it was, but this person described the Philly accent as being like the universal accent. And I'm like, that's just because you're from Philly. Like, you just think that sounds normal. Oh my God, this thing is not cooperating. Come on. I mean, it slid all the way down to this level, and yet now it's not. Ugh, God. I have to use the pry bar a bit more. I'm not strong enough for this. Futons, what are you talking about? There we go. Man, that hurt. Hurt my hands. All right. So, getting the pins out. Just gonna do something like this, I guess, and just hold on to the chip, give it a little bit of extra weight, and get the tweezers and the soldering iron out. That's nice and easy. Boop. Sometimes I think you guys just type for the sake of typing. All right. And some of this. Just grab these pins. Get rid of them. It kind of sucks that I ordered so many of the wrong type. All the listings on Alibaba were just a little bit shady. I mean, all the descriptions were there, but the picture of the pins themselves made it look like it was the round sockets that accept square pins, but they were not. They're like a slightly smaller size, so they're just the wrong thing. But they do sit pretty flush, and I have used them on several other projects like this. So what I'll do is I'll use them here, just so that I have the ability to remove the microcontroller at all if I need to. The microcontroller platform, that is. I should just say the Arduino. Honestly, it wouldn't be easier. It wouldn't be difficult for me to design its own circuit board for this, but I don't really think that. I think that's overdoing it a little bit. I mean, you can make $5 for like a full circuit board of this thing, and then I'd have the design in CAD, and I could design the enclosure around it. But you know, sometimes it's more fun to just do stuff yourself like this instead of doing it all in software. Whole project just emulated in software, end to end, nose to tail. I need to come at this from the other side because the metal is overlapping the board a little bit. You're just typing, huh? Keep going. We're almost. This is actually a lot faster than this normally is. Sometimes the way I'll do it is I won't remove the plastic. I will just heat. Ah! What the fuck was that? Something just like a bin of screws or something just shifted and made a very loud noise behind me. Jeez, that scared the shit out of me. Code Rushed! How's it going, Code Rushed? Thank you for raid. We're getting the shifter together. Apparently the word pedal is banned on Twitch, and I can't put it in my... No, I don't think it was a drop. I don't even know what happened. Just something happened behind me, and it sounded like a shifting noise. Like a bin. What? What about American cheese? What? I don't... What? You guys just type? What's with you people? But anyway, we're building the shifter right now. Pedal is apparently a banned term on Twitch, which kind of pisses me off. My glucometer just beeped at me for some fucking reason. Why? What do you have to beep at me about? It's going to be a high glucose level. It was entered 2 hours ago. I'm refreshing the solder right now. I'm adding a little bit of solder to this thing so that I can go through here with the solder sucker and actually remove as much of this as possible. Gravity check. What is up with you guys? Yeah, it's like, are you guys all run by AI? What's going on? Only like 3 people have been talking sense today. Anyway, we're trying to get the shifter together. So I need to get this microcontroller, this Arduino Pro Mini. I need to get this mounted onto my own little project board, and then I need to put a LIN bus transceiver on it, and then we can test it out with the rest of the system and the real hardware. I know, one of those is fat, which is just embarrassing. PHAT. I tried to watch that Sark video, Demi. I don't know. It's not for me. But he seems like a funny guy. Why? Why did that not do anything? Why didn't that do anything? This is where I get annoyed, and I use the desoldering braid instead. Maybe I can use the sucker to get rid of the bulk. Actually, wait. Oh no, that did clean it out. Okay, never mind. Sorry, my eyes were just you guys don't have to don't worry about it. I'm not. Stop it, chat. Stop. Y'all are. What is in the water today? All right, so there we go. Look at that, beautiful. Okay, so heat up the pin. Get a little bit of suction. Did that work? Did that? Yeah, that worked. Wow. I haven't even gotten myself a drink today. It's the moon wobbling. True. I think Saturn is thick. Yeah, it seems to be working a lot better than I gave it credit for, huh? Full moon is until the 16th. That's a tomato joke. That's a tomato joke. I keep talking about stolen jokes, stolen valor from other streamers. Oh my god, it sounds like there's breakdancing lessons going on upstairs because they're vacuuming. And unfortunately this solder sucker has degraded over time, and by degraded I mean it works perfectly except, yeah, everything's a remix. That's just British music is all just not derivative. That's the wrong word. It's all sampled from each other, so you just don't know where it comes from because they have better laws over there about music sampling. This solder sucker was labeled, and it used a font that is the Star Trek The Next Generation font. But unfortunately, that's worn off, and so I'm considering if I want to get another one of these just for the fact that it had the Next Generation font to describe the engineering solder sucker. Also, when people ask about it, I like to respond because I hate solder suckers. I think they're dumb and they're stupid and they don't work. But this one does work, and it's not dumb and it's not stupid. This one's made out of, I think, aluminum. This thing is primarily made out of aluminum. It's made out of metal. It's got metal and rubber. And what it has on the front is a piece of silicon tubing. And that's really the important part. The silicon tubing can withstand the temperatures of the soldering iron without melting and degrading and deforming and releasing a bunch of bullshit smoke into your lungs, a bunch of plastic smoke. Because other solder suckers have that white plastic tip that you can replace, but it melts onto the tip of the soldering iron. It smells like ass. This one has a wonderful piece of silicon rubber tubing that you can replace. Also, when you push it all the way in, you guys can't really see it, but there's a little plunger that pushes the solder out. So, excuse me, I'm hiccuping because I had a hoagie for the first time in like 2 weeks. Solder sucker versus wicking, when and why? High volume for the solder sucker because it's reusable. The solder wick you use up by sucking the solder into it. You know, you can't really get that surface area back. I don't know, maybe if you could blast it with this a couple times and try to reuse it, but it's not worth it because it's only a couple dollars for the roll of desoldering braid. The desoldering braid will take you all the way down to a surface tin of soldering. By the way, once something is tinned, that means that the coating metal, the solder, has gotten into the crystal structure of the other piece of metal, and the only way to get rid of it is through abrasives, right? So you can't really suck all of the solder off of something, but you can take it down to a microscopic layer. And so the desoldering braid gets you closer to that microscopic layer. This can have very good results getting you all the way down to that level, but it's kind of tough to get there. Basically, you're relying on suction in order to pull the solder out in a way. Generally, I use this for high volume, and I use the solder braid for precision where I need to return things back to their original state. It's not, the rules aren't that set in stone either. I mean, it's hard to really, even putting, you know, driving that division between the two different techniques is a little bit I'm overstating it a little bit by doing that, right? I flip a coin in my head, and then I figure out whether or not there's another justification. There's no algorithm for figuring out which one you should use. Whichever one is effective is generally king. But I'm not about to run out and buy one of those automatic solder suckers. Only way I'll field one of those is if somebody else buys it for me. Is that a break in the rubber? Might be. I don't know. This thing's still working really well, though. And then the other thing that I use solder braid for, which you can't use the solder sucker for, is if you have a very high current trace on your circuit board, you leave the solder mask, or you put a solder mask on top, like a pad on top of it where the solder mask layer doesn't populate, and so your trace is now exposed to the atmosphere, and it gets whatever kind of solder washing thing is done to the board. And then you can add a piece of desoldering braid to it, and that increases the amount of copper like tenfold, and it can handle much higher currents before heating up, which is important. You don't want your circuit board's metal to heat up at all. That's why you do all of those equations on trace sizes and stuff. If your circuit board ends up heating up, that metal expands. When the metal expands, it flexes, and when it flexes, it generates micro cracks over time. I need to change techniques here. I need to flip this around. That was not working. Heated tip. Yeah, but nobody has that. That takes money to get all that equipment. Even this solder sucker's $30. So. And you know, you don't need all those tools if you're not doing high volume. I'm not desoldering stuff constantly here, so there's no justification for that kind of tooling. That didn't really take, did it? Let me try this. Pin 11 might be a ground pin, so it might be harder to get. No, that's digital input number 11. That shouldn't have heat sinking going on. Just a bad seal. There we go. Yeah, you need to clean and grease it out every now and then. If it stops being effective, it's time to pull it apart. And I've done that with this one already. Because you can really refurbish these things. Oh my god, there's like crazy fucking like bonking noises going on all over the place. I don't know, my roommates have like a total aversion to dust. If dust exists, it must be destroyed. And so that's what today is. Oh god, it's not draining properly. Hold on. Yeah, I've got a lot of resistance on it. I think it's clogged. The only problem with this tool degrades over time. So I'm not getting pressure. I can't press it in. So let's open it up from back here. It seems like this valve in the back is what's clogging. Possibly. This thing's going to be full of gross. Plunger tip looks clean. The glucometer's still yelling at me. Oh, I see some stuff in there. Hold on. Hold on one sec. So first of all, you shut the fuck up. Oh my god. 4 hours left. Test the glucose level. Shut up! You're not my dad! Alright. Yeah, we're full of the shmoo, huh? Eh. Ow! The rubber on this thing is ready to go, too, and I don't really think I have replacement O-rings unless I really hunt around for them. All the grease in this thing is starting to get hard, too. I don't see any reason why this thing would be having troubles. Why is there like a scratch circle? Oh, from the spring. From the spring. Oh, I see. Okay, so all this stuff is what was probably caught in the valve. Caught in the valve. My god. How about these? Are these clear? Probably shouldn't get a flux all over my mouth. Let's see if that opens it up a little bit. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of shit over here too. Whoa, look at all that stuff. All right, what do I have to clean that out with? I mean, I do have some... I think I have like a brass brush over here. Yeah, this will do. That'll do. This will clean it out nicely. I probably should put a little grease in here too, but oh well. I don't have time for that. I'm on the air. Nobody got time for that. Remember to brush your equipment, kids. Every day. I just don't want to brush the cylinder wall because that should remain smooth. And then I'm gonna drop a little bit of grease on this O-ring here. I have a syringe that's full of grease. That'll be perfect. Yeah. That ain't the Djibouti emote, the sugar emote. Oh wait, was the grease pen somewhere else? No, I think it was in here. It should be in here, but I don't see it. So it has wandered. We gotta find it. I mean, I could put dielectric grease in there, but grease is grease. I guess. Is it up here? It was up here. I don't know if it stayed up here. It doesn't look like it stayed up here. Where else would it have gone? Grease pen. Where have you run off to? Well, not grease pen. I mean grease syringe. I don't really see it. This is why stuff needs to go away immediately after projects, because it'll get disorganized. I think the last time I used it was for RC car stuff, so I'm gonna run over and see. There's a command! Exclamation point thermals. Hey, RC car bin, how you doing? Been a long time, I know. I was wondering, if you're not too busy, if you could find that grease pen. Oh man, I'm looking at all the stuff in the RC car bin, and there's so many cool things. I want to get back to working on these things, these little RC cars. Get my circuit working on them. Yeah, no, there's no grease pen back here. I don't know what happened to it then. I mean, I know it was out. Maybe I just chucked it in a garbage can. That might have happened. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna throw dielectric grease in it. Grease is grease, whether or not it conducts electricity. It says dielectric on the side. This is the stuff we used for the slip ring of the steering wheel, but I guess it'll be useful here. Why not? It's just something to help the piston work. God, this big 220-volt wire keeps getting caught on my mic cable. All right. So I guess what I'll do is just load the rubber up with the dielectric here, just to help it move. Hopefully I don't have to revisit that valve, because the valve that allows air to get to the other side of the cylinder after it's done sucking is what I was having trouble with. So if I have trouble with it again, I am going to be sad. I don't know which side is which anymore. Get the excess off. Spring. We use Dow 4 electric grease on all our O-rings. Huh. Yeah, I'm using a dielectric grease in this thing, but I don't think that's really called for. I think I used red grease the last time. They always called it butt grease. Get some of that butt grease on it. Delicious. This is like the old grease that was in these threads is what's keeping me from screwing this in tightly. Ugh, God. A lot of force. Probably could have cleaned them out the threads a little better. If I got a paper towel, I could have really wiped it off. There we go. Yeah, that's good. Wow, that is wow. A little bit of grease goes a long way, huh? Look at that. The noise it makes is totally different now. Thurp. Thurp. Hey, refurbished. All right. We never have to talk about it again. I'll probably have to find a new O-ring for this. I have O-rings kind of all over the place in the shop. I don't have it at like a unified location, but I do know of a couple O-rings that are hanging out in a bin. So I'll have to, next time I run into them, I'll have to put one aside. I think the brewing stuff also has O-rings that might be this size. Alexa, shut up. There, I'm gonna get a whole bunch of like alerts on stuff, so I'm gonna turn that off. I'm gonna turn that off. There. Okay, I don't know what I said, but sometimes you hit the trigger word by accident. Yeah, it makes a good thump. No. She started counting from 0 to something, and I was like, what the hell? I gotta change the activation word and make it like computer or something. Computer! Do-do-do-do. Come! Do not. Do not come. All right, let's see. Boop. Nope, wrong camera. All right, so let's get rid of some of this solder. Yeah, Engineer SSO2. That I didn't remember what it was called. Wexo actually sent me this because I was bad-mouthing solder suckers. We just dropped a little dielectric grease on the O-ring on this thing, or sorry, on the piston seal, and kind of cleaned out a little of the detritus, and so it makes that nice ploop noise again. All right, so boop. But yeah, the refurbishability of this thing, the only problem is the text has gone, and so we can't comment about how they used a Star Trek font on their device. All right, get that thing away. Put this, damn it. All these wires and cables that are getting in the way today. All right, trying to have a stream here. All right, yeah, get the soldering iron. I'm gonna like contort myself to get over here. A little bit less of this ground pin solder, huh? Thump. Oh man, oh, it's so easy to reset the plunger now. Beautiful. Yeah, so that's the Engineer SSO2 has a distinct advantage in that it is completely serviceable, and you can replace like all the parts on it. So I can replace the rubber O-ring. Well, I don't know about the plunger parts, but at least the outside of the thing is all simple stuff. 1/4 inch, I think 1/4 inch or whatever the metric equivalent is, silicon rubber tube. You just put a new piece on it. I missed because this thing's jumping more. It's yumping. Yump. Wow. Beautiful. So this thing's working like better than new. I can't believe dielectric grease is the solution. Of all the greases in all the towns, you decided to walk into mine. Yeah, so when it stops working, usually it means that the tip's a little clogged. And the plunger should be the length of the rubber hose, but I made it a little longer. So the next one that I do, I'll use that little plunger in order to cut the end. Although it seems like that end is a little shorter than it should be. Wasn't it rounded off before too? Did I lose like a, huh, that's weird. Did the tip of that thing break off? What's going on here? I thought it was longer. It might have broken. Well, as long as it gets out of the tube, that's all that really matters. It just clears the solder from within it. All right, so that was a quick desoldering with the Engineer SSO2 and a little bit of refurbishing the Engineer SSO2 so that it goes instead of not. So yeah, resets pretty, ow! That was a sharp edge of metal that I just fucking sunk my thumb into. Ugh. I blame the dielectric grease. Cool. All right, that goes back up here. Now we can actually put the headers on this thing. So I'm gonna get some of the rounded headers that I have male and female ends on. I got grease on my hands. Ugh. Get off of my hands. It's gross. It feels weird and gross. All right, backing up a little bit there. Get some of these round pin headers. Some of the female ones too. Put them all together. These are the really annoying ones, but they fit. Yep, they fit that board. No, it's so that it sucks, not so that it sucks. I don't know. What kind of headers do I have here? Some of these work with the square pins and they're very special, and some of them don't. These are the ones that are easy to solder from the same side, so I probably want to use these. I think I have more of them too in here. Try to look for any long stretches of header. Yeah, here we go. That'll work. That'll work. That'll work. Get the board, the pins, cut the board, start over. Nope, that's -1. These I find are the best tool for cutting these. They just somehow work better. Because sometimes you cut them and you don't get enough plastic on the end pin. One of those, one of these, one of the other ones. There we go. That's that. Do the other ones. I don't think it's my tinnitus. I think there's like some power supply that's very high pitched in here. I don't know. Maybe it is just the tinnitus acting up again. I'll have to use the trick that I forget who said it last time, that they have an app on the cell phone specifically for finding high pitched squeals because they can't trust their own ears. All right, so what I'm doing here is I'm getting an electronic breadboard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to plug the pin headers into the breadboard in order to solder them to the chip. And that way, everything is nice and even and flat. Well, these don't really fit all that well into the breadboard. They're a little bit weird about how they fit in, but we should be able to work with it. So. Far apart is that? And that goes there, and I think it's like 3 and then 2 on the other. Yeah, 3 on one, 2 on the other. So that's all that's going to do is it's going to hold on to the pins, but it also dissipates a little bit of the heat, which you'll be able to see once I start soldering. Through the thermal imager. Bonk, bonk, clunk. It sounds like somebody's moving in. Look at how neat and clean that is. The only problem with doing that is that these pop out very easily. They pop out very easily, so I only use the circular pins when I'm doing like a perforated prototyping setup like this. 640 by 480 is the resolution of the camera, which you can just look it up online. Ah! Sorry, I clicked the mouse. All right, that goes here. We'll go here. This thing go here. And then we focus the camera. This is the filthy breadboard, breadboard that I have. Look at it. Delicious. And it's been left out for years at a time. All right, so I got to make sure that I solder all of these because apparently I missed a pin when I was soldering the power supply of the Granite Devices controller. So all 24 volts going into the thing wasn't being delivered. It's easier to, yeah. It's easier to stop somebody who's talking to 65 people dead in their tracks to get personal attention. I often walk to the front of a lecture hall and ask the professor what voltage this chip is. All right, there's that. What I'm going to do is opposite sides. And that's not for like any sort of a heat purpose, right? The only reason that I'm doing opposite sides is that I want to make sure that this thing is held down and doesn't take up a weird angle as I solder it. Because I'm viewing it through the same exact lens you guys are. And so I can't see this dimension, but it does look flat on that one. Literally everyone has a computer in their pocket, so you could just look up the chip. That's why I used it in my example. But feel free to poke holes, weird holes in my example, for no reason at all. Okay. The solder does this, or it turns upwards, and then I end up not being able to, so I gotta just flatten it out, bring it back over. And it's like we don't see it because we're looking directly down at the solder, and it's like turning upwards, and it just does, it's like, what's going on? This doesn't make any sense. Okay, so we got our 4 corners soldered in, so those headers aren't going anywhere. But if you look at the thermal imager, you can see that the heat is being dissipated down into the plastic of the board, which is good. All right, so keep moving. I'm just going to go down and solder all of these. Now, I've seen a lot of Pro Mini, what is it, deployments where they just do wires directly to these pins. I guess there's something to be said for that sort of thing, especially if you're doing like putting an intelligent system into like a cosplay or something like that. But I do pin headers. I always have the microcontroller able to plug in because I'm thinking kind of like, you know, hey, this project isn't going to be around forever. So I'll just make it possible to replace the microcontroller if need be. Not to mention the fact that when I have given up one of these projects to the artists that have me producing it, they will do things like troubleshoot it in the field, in a literal field. And when they do stuff like that, I get comments like, for this microcontroller here, this one here, the guys that were having trouble with their project, they were like, yeah, it's not really working that well. And I'm like, do you have the right MIDI channel selected? And they're like, what's that? I'm like, well, you need to select the right MIDI channel. And they're like, we connected 12 volts to the header on top of the thing. They put 12 volts onto this header. This is the ISP header. This is for programming the microcontroller. That is not a 12 volt pin. This is a 5 volt programming header. The ICSP header. It's not supposed to have 12 volts on it. I don't know why they did that. That's how they troubleshooted it. Shotted it. They troubleshot it. Kind of like old Yeller. Man. That was annoying. I had to basically buy another one of those, and those things are fucking expensive because they have an FTDI chip on it. Those, back in the day, were $50, which is ridiculous. Whereas these are $20 because of the FTDI chip. So I had to buy another one of those. Then I had to reinvent all of my code that ran that device. Troubleshot until it died, yeah. Troubleshot in the brain. Yeah, they made themselves correct, although I have a very strong feeling that they were just using the wrong MIDI channel. 9 times out of 10 with that device that I built, it was basically a relay controller that was triggered by MIDI, right? And so 9 times out of 10, the problem, even though my device isn't working, what have you done? You've ruined us. was simply just a problem with the MIDI being sent on the wrong channel. There was never a hardware problem with that project. It was always a signal you're sending problem, which is where I probably should have changed the code so that no matter what channel you were on, it responded, but I didn't know what kind of MIDI environments that thing would be exposed to. All it used was the attack on channel 0. I think that's right, attack. Whichever one corresponds to pressure. MIDI is a musical instrument protocol developed in the Stone Age in order to frustrate musicians and cause problems during concerts. It was specifically engineered for that purpose, and it functions very well in that regard. Okay, there. We got headers. Good. Now we can put the other headers on it. Look at all the heat that's left in this thing. Blah! Yeah, it was developed in the Dark Ages by Satan and is still used to this day. No, it's just a very old protocol. You can have notes that get stuck on and stuff like that. All kinds of problems with MIDI. But it is fun to work with, and it's very well documented. You can use all kinds of Arduinos to do MIDI stuff. That's a lot of fun. It's fun. 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 This is a bitch to plug in. What's going on? Why are you being like this? There it goes. It's just misalignment, because the plastic can bend as you're plugging the header in. So what we're going to do is we're going to lock this thing down. I'm going to lock it down right here. Let's see. So we're going to have 8 pins on one side. We'll have a couple pins on the other. We can do our debug pin on this because we're going to have room. We have this going down. We have our SO8. And then we have our shifter pin headers. I'm going to use JSTs just so there's no question about how you plug it in. 1, 2. Skip to my loo. Maybe we'll bring those out a little bit. Bring those out, maybe. Maybe the LIN bus goes here. I mean, the LIN bus chip could go under the under all this business. MIDI's pretty cool for music, mainly sheet music programs can export MIDI. Yeah, and piano roll stuff. And I mean, we in the artosphere, in terms of building projects that interact with people at large, we use a lot of Ableton. And Ableton, you can make control stuff really nicely. So what we did is we used the piano roll in Ableton. MIDI to G-code. What kind of hedonistic bullshit is that? Lighting control should really be done on DMX. And when I built that big globe, the big globe that FK Productions had me lighting up, that was done in, God, I don't even remember. I think it was audio level, but it should have been DMX. It should have been DMX so that we could throw all the lighting over to somebody who's controlling lighting. All right, so this is going to be our layout. This is basically our device. We should probably, well, the Arduino has a power LED on it, so we don't really need all that many LEDs on the thing. If we want to expand this to lighting control, it would be nice, like, to have the pin headers over here so that I could put like an RGB LED on it, and maybe we could have the backlighting control light up our board. But for now, I'm going to try to build things like this. So LIN bus is coming in here, and then we have the 5 and 5. We've got 10 pins. Actually, those should probably be closer to, well, there's going to be a lot of wires that are going to run underneath this thing. Oh, really? Everything's Ethernet now? I mean, this was like many years ago, so not up to date with all this stuff. Then I guess running these wires out to their destinations, it's going to be very sloppy, but we'll just live with it. It's not a printed circuit board. We got to remind ourselves that. We're not building a printed circuit board here. So the best way that I have to do these is by holding them with my hand, which means I'm potentially going to burn my hand. I'm not an old man, you're an old man. The internet pretty much thinks that I'm literally dust. I think I can sneak from the upper layer to the lower layer on these. Fuck! Hold on. Yeah, just hold it like that. I don't know how the light people would have worked with, like, 1,000 LEDs, though. Because I don't think you can just throw a lighting guy a DMX line, or like a DMX address, and say, hey, I got like 1,000 LEDs on a globe on this line, in this channel. Here you go. I don't think they'd appreciate that. Just remember, don't light them up all at the same time. Bye. And you fuck off and get drunk. Okay, so there's that one. And then we'll solder the microcontroller down so that there's one row available on the one side and two on the other. I figure more of the additional stuff is going to happen over here, so... And all my fixed stuff is on the other side. Plus, we have the inside track to run them on, too, between the headers. So I establish an anchor pin or two. Hello? There we go. Just make sure that's pressed in. Okay. I still can't remove the microcontroller because I'd break the pin headers. So I'm going to get the vise. And then clamp this circuit down so that I can start working with it. I can put the headers away too. This whole thing is going to be powered by the LIN bus, which is kind of cool. Kind of cool that our communications protocol also powers up the remote sensing devices. I like that. It's efficient. That one. There you go. There's a LIN bus chip. Get fucked. You move out of the way. And then we're soldering header pins. Welcome to Visual Asthma. It sucks that I'm pressed all the way to the side here, though, with all this equipment to my right. Actually, I need to, yeah, hold on. I'm gonna move some of this stuff to the side. I need to be more comfortable if I'm gonna be building circuits like this. So let's just like back it up a little bit here, chat. Chat, back up, but just back it up. Just give me some breathing room. Jesus Christ, chat. Fucking hell. God, you guys can't you just fucking breathe. All right, so kick the vacuum. Oh no, if I kick the vacuum, that's gonna fall over. Hold on. Move this over here. Let's actually put the vacuum away. This is actually a car vacuum, and I bought this for festivals. The reason I bought this for festivals is because you have these 27-gallon bins that hold all your stuff. And what I did is I used a vacuum bag with this vacuum in order to pack all the fabric stuff and have it really kind of fit into those bins. The tent that I had was one of those big Kodiak tents, the canvas tents. It was really luxurious. But in order to get that to fit into a 27-gallon bin, I'd use the vacuum bag on it, and that would squish it down to size. Probably also kill all the bugs that were in there. All that stuff is still in storage. I don't have much of a use for a big 4-person tent. How's this thing doing? Oh, it's pretty good. Good. It doesn't spring back anymore. So we're going to move the pedals over here. I need to get up first, and I'm surrounded by stuff that's going to fall over really loudly if I knock it. Like the steering wheel is propped up right now, and if I bump that, it falls backwards and knocks everything off of the shelf. The pedals are the only thing that's stable, and then behind me is the splash light for the desk, and if I bump that wrong, it'll fall over and break. And then I'm also stepping on my mic cable, so when I stand up, I'll unplug the mic. There we go. All right, whoop, straight up, straight up. Oh, I'm touching the lamp. I'm touching cloth. Okay, get that over there. All right, good, got it. Yeah, that lamp was like right up against my back. All right, so this I'm gonna put over in the corner. Nobody puts the pedals in the corner. Because these are practically, for all intents and purposes, these are done. So we can put these to the side, which I'm super happy about. Like these, we'll have to look at the response from them, you know, how much pressure it takes to activate and stuff like that, but yeah. Oh, that's right. DMX worked with universes or something, right? All the channels that are on a universe. It was a weird system. I was learning it for the globe. I was going to implement it, but I never got around to finishing it. 500 channels in case of RGB channels. You can have 171 digital RGB diodes. When you need more, you need to get another line called another universe. At some point, it's really inefficient to keep pulling lines. Use what's called a SACN or ArtNet. Yeah, ArtNet was probably where we should have gone with it. Touch Designer is a program that they've been trying to get me to learn, and I just need an opportunity or a project to learn ArtNet and Touch Designer, because Touch Designer could have run that globe really, really well, just because of the applications that that Touch Designer is able to actually get into. They use it a lot for some of their big video interactivity kind of stuff, all those cool projects. But yeah, that involves ArtNet. I mean, what did we get? We got something for a different LED project, and I don't know if it was ArtNet or not. It was like its own. I think it was like a pixel space that existed on Ethernet. I worked with that a little bit. Did you ever get the laser water cooled? No, Snoopy. I've got the methyl ethyl ketone, which is like really terrible stuff. Really terrible stuff. But I've got it, and we'll work with that soon and figure out whether or not we can, you know, seal up that laser. We're gonna focus on the sim setup, and then we're gonna focus on burn the subs, and then I'll get back to variety of projects. Because I need to wrap this shit. I need to get the shit done. But it takes work. We got to do a lot of work. So I can actually get myself in here. I can't get my light in here, though. Let me see if I can put this kind of precariously like that. That might help. Okay, so now I got light. Yeah, all these projects. The problem is the light pushes me even further into the corner. All right, I can get my arm under the light. Great. I'm basically like, I've got a light that's just like straddling me here. Okay. Put this back up. So now we're still pushed all the way over to the side, but I can get myself in here a little bit and be a little bit more comfortable. Maybe. It's never comfortable. I'm always kind of pushed off to the side here. Yeah, it does sound like ArtNet. I think there was a different, maybe it was called FartNet. No, there was a different protocol that was like ArtNet. It's basically the same thing, but the device that I was using was called Pixel Pusher. If you look that up, maybe it'll tell you, and maybe tell you that I'm talking about nonsense. Because yeah, that's what I used for a Washers game that had like an interactivity layer on it. And so on the Ethernet, I had Arduino. What was it? It was Arduino, whatever that thing is called when the Arduino is like controlled by the computer, over Ethernet, so that you could get a signal from a contact mic on a can. Soldering, soldering, soldering. It's good to do a little bit of this. It's fun. Now we're using two 5-pin connectors, which is the 4 shift positions and ground. Interestingly enough, though, I mean, I don't know. We don't need that many pins coming over. We could do something clever and make the switches like count in binary or something like that, right? That's essentially all this is. I mean, only one position of that shifter is going to be shifted at any given point in time. So it's kind of stupid to send over individual 1s and 0s. It makes sense for the steering wheel because multiple things can be pressed at a time on the steering wheel. you know, you might be changing the radio channel while your head is pressed up against the horn because you've just gotten into a terrible accident. So that's more than one signal activated at once. So that makes perfect sense. But on the shifter, we only hit one gear at a time. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it as individual switch positions. Just because we can. Just because we can. Okay, so the reason I use the headers that I used is that I can now access these pins from both sides of the board. So if I need to solder a connection to one of these things, I can solder to that post there, or I can solder underneath to this thing here. Now we are using these through plated boards. I don't like these as much. I'm not a huge fan because I don't know, I feel like it's a little limiting. If I run like a flat trace across something, it means that the bottom of the PCB can short out on stuff. So I'm not a huge fan. I need to order more boards, but the problem is most of the time when we actually get to building a board, turns out it's easier for me to build a PCB in CAD and order it. It's happened several times before, and it's getting annoying. Well, at least this one's nice and simple. We can just design a PCB. No, we can just build this right now. It'll be easy peasy lemon squeezy. Mostly the lemon squeezy part. God, I still hear that ringing off to my left. The thing is, when I sit in my computer chair, the ringing is still off to the left, and I'm 180 degrees from where I am right now. So I think my left ear just has a little tinnitus-y kind of thing going on. I really hope that the MEK method will seal that thing up. I probably need to plug in the hardware stuff and then expose it, which means that the inner part of that piece won't really melt down. Or maybe I can just expose it just enough, not like overdo it, so that it makes a seal. Or I could do it to the annealed part, the salt annealed part, and that'll smooth it out for us. I don't really know. All right, so now we got to put down our IC. Whew, wow, my stomach is fighting me right now. I should not have had a hoagie. I had to have it. I wanted it. But it's causing me all kinds of gastric distress right now. I burp hot fire. Okay, so our boob chip, 808S. Not that kind. Not that kind. No. Nope, you're wrong. You're wrong. Oh, you're just in time. Chat was setting off a train of farts. There they go. Welcome to my channel. Yeah, that's welcome. Welcome to the fart channel. I might have to wean you guys off of this thing. CosmoQuest, thank you for the raid. I appreciate 20 people coming to check out a little bit of circuit building. What we're doing right now is we are building the shifter electronics. We figured out the code for it, and I've programmed this microcontroller. This microcontroller, which shows very clear evidence that I was screwing about with the connections. I think I replaced this chip one too many times, but it did take our code, so this thing will be able to communicate with all of the other accessories of the simulator setup. We have a system what involves a lot of real car parts, a lot of very serious simulator stuff. How's it going, Veronica Cure? So I've got what's called the Granite Devices SimuCube. That is a simulator setup with a universal motor controller. So we took an actual Mercedes steering wheel and we reverse engineered it. We spoke LIN bus to this device, and we were able to get the button presses from this device. It's got a little controller in it that does backlighting and button presses. And so we were able to actually communicate with that. We were able to characterize the 2 horsepower 3-phase motor that I bought. We were able to get signals out of the thing. Well, in addition to that, in order to round out the simulator setup, I also have an actual car sequential shifter. But as is the SMG system for BMW, it's crap. It doesn't really work all that well. You can shift up and shift down just fine, but I guess something about the system that we designed around it, because remember, we created the LIN bus accessory. This is supposed to communicate directly with the transmission in the E46. The car is not as digital as a lot of modern cars. So this system, we built our own LIN bus controller. It had some troubles, and so I'd shift gears and I'd accidentally double shift and not even granny clutch, and it would blow up the motor in my summer car. So I've created, from Thingiverse, somebody else's design. This is the Open H shifter project. We did a couple little modifications. We kind of did the Pier 1 Imports candle holder style hexagon thing on this, and then I've added a slightly different spring system to get in and out of the gears, and I've replaced some of the mounting locations of bearings so that it uses one kind of bearing. In addition to that shifter, I discovered that you can just buy car pedals. You don't even need to own the car. You can just buy these things. They just sell them. So I have an actual set of 2015 BMW car pedals, and those are hooked up to the same system that ran the previous set of pedals, the same exact methods on them, except that now we have a Hall effect sensor on the clutch pedal. The brake pedal, which you guys can't see because the hardware of the pedal box is actually covering it all over. There is a very large load cell on the brake, and then the gas pedal is almost completely stock because it's electronic, and it's actually very, very clean and accurate. All that's plugged into the old board, and that's transmitting all of the appropriate signals. So the only thing we have to do hardware-wise to get this system up and running is to finish the H shifter's circuit board, and so that's what we're working on right now. This always takes a long time to work on circuit boards like this, and there's a little bit of handcrafting going on, and I generally try to teach as I go. So hopefully we're going to get some valuable lessons. I hope that definitely went in exactly where I didn't want to. Hold on, I just tossed that little pin header out to the side, and it went in here. Whew. Okay, take a breath. Try to swallow the acid that's trying to make its way up my esophagus. LIN bus, static again. Okay, hold on. That should probably do it. Yeah, LIN bus is a modern system. It's designed to be less expensive than CAN bus. CAN bus is a relatively old system, and there are actually several different types of CAN buses and with different priorities. However, LIN bus is designed for the lowest priority and the slowest signal running around possible. Our steering wheel spoke LIN bus. You know, cars have several, modern Mercedes is up to 7 different LIN buses in effect. The different addresses of the LIN bus basically are determined by the size of the number of bytes that are coming out. There's like a certain number of addresses that you can use that have varying length bytes, right? Coming back from the other device. You can also use it to control things remotely, and we don't have any idea how to do that. We don't have like a master protocol key for Mercedes. You know, we don't know how they implemented it. I would like to know. I'd like to find out somehow. I don't know where I can get that piece of information. If I brute force, I'm afraid that I'm going to brick something. I'm going to put it into a permanent programming mode or something. Or a your car has been stolen mode, and it'll deactivate. I would very much like to know what Mercedes is doing in order to trigger their backlight. 5 minutes and a sniffer in a car, I could get that signal very easily, but can't. Demi's doing emotes again. So yeah, I don't know. I would very much like to know how to control backlighting. Until then, we'll just have to keep it in the back of our minds. But because that steering wheel spoke LIN bus, I decided to make all of the devices in my simulator setup into LIN bus devices. LIN bus is pretty clever. I mean, it's moderately fast. It has 12 volts on it. There's a Bruce's Goose's wings. It has 12 volts, it has ground, and it has a one-wire protocol signal, so we can do all of our cross communications with it, and we can power our whole device off of it. So that's what we're doing here. We're going to use the LIN bus in there. And so what we do is we add a LIN bus transceiver chip, and that LIN bus transceiver chip also contains in it a 5-volt regulator. So what we're going to do is build this circuit. We're not going to worry about this one. We don't need that pin. All we need to do is we need to bring enable to VCC with like a 1K resistor. Hold on, I'm burping. That's enough now. My daughter's happy. It's adorable. It's adorable every time, man. Demi is exercising his rights to put emotes into my chat. Into the weird bearded guy's chat. Wholesome as fuck. All right, so I need to build this on my circuit board, and the chip that I have is this little guy right here. That's not the chip. That's not the chip. There he is. He's hiding. That little chip right there is what we need to put onto this board, and this is an SO8. The way that I do SO8 chips on through-hole style PCBs is simply by centering it on 4 holes. What that's going to do is when we put down a piece of Kapton tape, Kapton, Kapton, we can just run a wire out to each of these pins. Now, on this stuff, it's a little harder to do. I mean, I could do 1, 2, and then try to, like, split those out, but she's only allowed to do it in your chat, but only limited, though. I don't want her to clutter your chat. Oh, it's okay. I know when it's happening, and it's less toxic than most people in here. And it's cute, so it's fine. All right, so if I center it like right here. Ah, crap. I'm just trying to decide a location for this thing, because typically I could like split those things off, but you don't have to tell her. I'll tell her what I said. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I think I need to mask a very large area to make this work. But I can get clever about how I connect these things and try to make it work perfectly. See, I need to do a 3x3 in order to block off all of the locations, or I just block that center lane. But if I want it to line up, yeah, it has to be like this. Maybe a 2x3. Yeah, block off a 2x3, and then I can run crooked pins. I can run 2 pins directly out the top and the bottom. Okay, so 2x3. We'll block off this 2x3 approximately in the middle right here. I'm not really planning ahead with this. I'm not really planning ahead. Probably should be a little closer to... Actually, our LIN bus is coming in on pins... Oh, that's great, Malexis. Thank you, Malexis. I really appreciate this. Look at this wonderful circuit that Malexis has provided us with that doesn't have any pin numbers on it. I think they do, but it's hard because surface mount stuff takes on a very large variety of sizes. But the stuff that I have, that works with surface mount devices are, hold on. They're basically like breakout boards that you can use perforated breadboards with. So what they have is, see, I couldn't fit the microcontroller and everything else on one of these, but it's basically, well, this is one example of it, but this is just a simple breakout board that lets you punch this into a prototyping board. But they also have ones that you can put a little bit more circuitry on. So I actually think I have one in here that has the LIN bus adapter as well as some support. Yeah, I think that might be this one. So I've got the LIN bus adapter on one side, and then on the other side I got a bunch of electronics that are running the LIN bus chip. So I can plug this into a breadboard and then hook up all the lines to it. But that allows me to use surface mount stuff with the with through-hole sizes. But we're clever enough to make this work on our own. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna take a little bit of tape, put it on top of that little pin area, and then we'll cut away the excess. Probably need a new blade in that knife by now. Do that. Do one of these. lay down a big piece of tape. I'll just cut away what I don't need. The beauty of Captain tape is that it's temperature stable and it does not leave behind a lot of residue. So you can use it for a variety of things like this. A variety of these weirdo electronics tasks. So where are our 6 holes? I think maybe we want these. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at a pinout before I decided that. I was gonna look at a pinout first. Let's see, so there's that. We have that in paint. And then I can go to the other part of the data sheet that tells me what the actual pins are, which is all the way up here. Let's get rid of the search thing. All the way up at the top of the data sheet. There they are. So it's, okay, they kept it in order. So just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, V-BAT. Why is it BAT? I guess car battery voltage? I don't know. I guess we probably need the diode and everything in there. Now, I have all these parts because I built circuit boards with this stuff on it, and I went and I ordered the parts so that I made sure that I had all the right stuff. It's going to be a little tough for us to, like, fish it out from the passives bins, but I have all the stuff. So, on one side, we have the LIN bus stuff, and on the other side, we have the low voltage stuff. So we should probably orient our chip in such a way as to take advantage of that. This is the wrong, that's not the right camera at all. Oh, it's because I accidentally moved my scene. All right, there. So what we want is, and when we want it is, I want pins 1 through 4 to be facing the LIN bus. So I think maybe we can put this up here like that. That's going to free the field up below. I hope that's enough room. I think it will be. I just forget what the perforated setup is going to look like. Because we're going to be using pins 2 through 9. These are our shifter pins. And then we have a couple, we could do some stuff with these other ones. 11 and 12 are TX and RX. And then pin 10, I'll probably put on a 1-pin header right here so that I can plug an oscilloscope into it if I need to. Because that'll be nice and clean. Yes, sir, yes, sir. I think that's good. I think we can do it like this. Because we don't need anything from TX and RX over to the other side. And then we'll need to do a little bit with VCC, but we can put that, we can put the capacitors like here. Okay. That'll be that. So I need from pin, well, what's going to be going upwards is pin 4. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be the bus pin up here, and that only has a 220 peak. Let's give it 2 lines. Let's do it like that, and then we'll put it approximately in the middle. So I guess we're going to do right there. So it's those 6. Okay. Knife! I don't know how sharp this thing is, because we kind of used it as a drill the other day. Usually I like to use the pins of the the pins of the chip to hold it in, but I think we might have to glue this. We're doing it up here, yeah. Oh, that was a bad line. I'm cutting way too deep on this. It's because of the bad tip. Ah. Why? Why is my cutting ability so bad today? Oh my god. Terrible. My cutting is bad and I should feel bad. Look at how much I ripped into the circuit board. Oh, God. This is a bad example. Don't do this at home, kids. Oh, wait. Now that pin is fully exposed. Ah, damn it. I'm going to have to do a redo on this. I'll say leave that open and somehow maneuver this thing over top of it. Or I use a really thin piece of... Okay, hold on. I think I can get out of this one. Let's get all this tape out of here. Who even put this tape here? What an asshole. What an asshole. Somebody peed my pants. All right, let's get this out of here. Screwed it up. Well, at least I have markings. I can tell where I'm working because there's clear markings right there. I'm going to see if I can only mask those pins. If I use a really thin sheet... No, I don't think this is going to work. But we'll try it. We'll try it. We'll try it. We'll give it a shot. Might as well. Try to peel up the tape over here. Oh, what the... Okay, no. We're good. Tape started to rip weird. Yeah, this is a somewhat time-consuming process, especially when I'm explaining everything to you guys. If I'm just sitting here on my own, I work a lot faster, but that's okay. That's the whole nature of the game. This is bad positioning, and I should feel bad. I guess I could just cut it like this and work with it that way. I might do that. Because we can super glue the chip down, which makes it a little harder for me to do revisions. But Clipper just subbed for 13 months. Thank you so much for the subs. 13 months, dude. That ain't no small amount of time, and I appreciate you. Oh, come on, you stupid tape. Clipper, you did this. You did this to me. I don't know what's going on with the tape right there. I think this knife is just really bad. I think I need to change tips. I think I'm getting that impression from this knife. Oh yeah, look at that. Usually there's a point. Well, that worked. That at least worked. All right. Nosferatu! Thank you for the prime. Hey, those primes are important. They don't remind you about those. Now, typically around here, just don't call me Clipper. We're going to be using Clipper on the board, Clipper. Behind me is a large sheet of wood on the wall. I know it's been a while, but we're going to get to working on that. That is called Burn the Subs. And what that is it's a system designed to burn the names of subscribers up onto a plank of wood on my wall. We've had it for several years now, but this round of revisions is kind of kicking my ass. So right now we're concentrating on the simulator setup, but after that, we're going to concentrate on Burn the Subs, and we're going to get it running. I think we've got everything we need to just like make that final push to getting all the hardware done. Part of the hardware getting done is methyl ethyl ketone. Yeah, methyl ethyl ketone. This stuff sucks. I'm gonna try using it to melt the 3D print and basically seal the layers of the 3D print so that we can have a water jacket around our laser. So that's the next thing that we're gonna work on when this is squared away. We're getting close on this, but we're getting to possibly the hardest part of this entire project. I programmed in a language called Clipper? Huh. Well, Clipper, I think spelled with a K, is what I'm running my 3D printer with. Clipper. You know, I could use that little board that I've already made for this. And then it would just be down to putting it on little pin headers. Snoopy! Thank you for subbing for 6 months. Thought I saw you sub recently. Anyway, with a prime. Thank you guys for the primes. Listen, Jeff Bezos is like collecting all that money. So if you guys have an Amazon Prime account, you can basically connect your account to Twitch so that they can farm data from you. But what that also means is that you're able to throw a bone at your favorite streamer. So those of you that have subbed to me with primes, I appreciate that. That's going out of your way to support something that you like. And that's cool. So I could utilize the pads that are already there and just cut the little corners off. but I haven't had really great luck with cutting pads today. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a dollop of glue under the chip, just right up against that tape. Just a little bop of super glue, and that will hold down our chip instead of solder holding it down. I like using solder more, but 100-bit bone. Thank you for the $1. Thank you for the $1 US. It's even more annoying when those bits, those small bit donations, come in from other countries. PayPal's very weird about it. Because they, in their documentation, they'll list the transaction and the fee, but then they translate it over into, or they keep it in the foreign currency. And I have to, like, read the document weird in order to get it all back in. What is going on with my... Why aren't those closing? Whatever. All right, my super glue is drying. Hold on. You want to make it look nice, you know? Ooh, it looks like the super glue is getting under the pins. That's going to be annoying to work with. Please, no. There we go. Just hang out right there for me, please. Sent Tomato 100 bits the other day asking what color Garfield was. What did he say? Probably yelled at you. I don't know, just those $1 donations, it's like a certain number of cents then gets taken out by Streamlabs or whatever. And so it's both an addition and a subtraction into the account, and it just gets intolerable. Color-related questions are now 1,000 bits. Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, it in a sense, it's an embarrassment of riches, but it's $1. Like Tomato reads. Yeah. It's a little selective. It depends on what day it is. All right. I'm putting a new blade on this knife because the old one sucks. It sucks. It's terrible. Wasn't cutting stuff accurately. A sharp knife is a safe knife. Sort of. This is a 10 amp knife. It's got 10A written on the back. Yep. All right. The reason I like the scalpel so much is that the X-Acto knife, a very similar knife system, loosens. It loosens when you turn the knife and you do all kinds of weird cuts. So 10A are nice, but super easy to snap. I don't know really anything about the different ones that you can get. I used to have a bunch of different tips for this, and one of them was like a hook end. Weird stuff. But yeah, I used the 10A. I don't even know what else about them. But they fit the scalpel blade in such a way as to probably very easily cut you while inserting the knife. But while actually using it, once the blade is mounted, they tend to not get loose. So. Colin Furs made a 10 amp knife to toasting bread. Yeah, you can get all the selections. I think from the selection that I had, the 10As were the good ones, and so I ordered like a 1 billion pack of these things for like a couple dollars. Much cheaper than X-Acto blades, and they work a lot better. We're waiting for super glue to dry right now. Yeah, dull knife is dangerous, sharp knife is safe. Especially when cutting onions. All right, let's find some of our other parts. We're going to need a bunch of 0.1 inch. The hook end is useful for carpet. I thought there was like carpet garner's an entirely different knife. What do we got? These are big resistors. We're like partially out of focus here. Hold on. Oh God, so many capacitors. 2.2 UF. We're gonna need 2 of these. Uff and puff. We need 2 of these. Uffs and puffs. And then we need a bunch of 0.1 uff, which is 100 nanofarads. 0.1 uff. We'll just dump a pile of them over there. And then we need a 220 220 puff. 22, 20, 47, 120, 1200. Where are my 220 puffs? I've Oh, okay, so the POG is in there, only visible to me. You've collected all the level 1 emotes. Hey, thanks for the level 1 hype train, guys. I appreciate you guys subbing and giving bits. The layer of mess on the desk is self-healing. These mats are supposedly self-healing. Where's my 220 puffs? They're probably in one of these, like... I wonder if that's what, like, this is. I have, like, a bag that was full of stuff. I don't know, maybe the 220 puff is not really all that necessary. I don't know. No, it's not lit. It's the StarCraft creep is what the mat's made out of. It's a creep mat. You must construct additional pylons. We require Vespine gas. These aren't. I don't think these are 220s. Got a lot of them though. I don't want to decode that right now. Maybe we can just hang out without them. I'm a Slytherin myself. Those Harry Potter quizzes are always the same, man. It's like, are you brave? Do you like to smoke pot? Or are you a literal snake? You're like, these are the most transparent questions I've ever seen. Wow, you even got the right symbol on there. For a little while, I had the number code memorized for micro. So you could type it into a document quickly. Then I just made a macro button for it with Microsoft Word. 1K, 10K. We're gonna need the 1Ks and 10Ks. Well, the 1Ks primarily. Are we though? No, there are no resistors. No. Oh well, we need a 10K for the enable pin. I'll take out a singular 10K ohm resistor. Look at me go. All right, that was like 5. So I need the 220 puffs. Did we get those from the capacitor? It might have been from the capacitor kit. Hold on, let me find the capacitor kit here. What are you? Switching diode. SOD323, 1N4148. What kind of diode do they use in this thing? Is it a 4148 or is it a slightly different one? I think I got that one from the diode kit. We're collecting parts for the rest of the circuit while our super glue sets. While the super glue sets. I used to watch that soap opera. It was weird. Doesn't go up to 220 puff, huh? Huh. 220 PF is what I need. I ain't find it. What the butt? I got 2.2 uff. But we already got some of those. What did I do about it on the other circuits? Did I find a device that had that value, or did I parallel capacitors, or did I just leave it out? I might have just left it out. It might not be necessary. I do need to find whatever that diode is, though, because I think that's an important protection device. Solid ISO. What? Weird. None of you. Well, here are the other capacitors that I have. 22 uff. No, we're looking for 220 puff. Yeah, these don't do puff. Nothing. Banana. Optos, transistors, clamps, 30G, 64K EEPROMs. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, God. Finding parts like this is always kind of annoying. I think we got the diode out of a big kit of diodes that I have. 420 puff. Ooh, funny number. Okay. 69 puff. I think I'm going to leave out that capacitor. What did I do on the other circuit? I probably have all the proper parts on the other circuit. What did I do on the hand-built one? Hold on, I'm getting the board over here. Bonk. Okay. What the hell is that thing? Yeah, I made the 220 by doubling up. Because those three are the 0.1s, the two darker ones are the 220s, and then I doubled up for the to make the 220p. Looks like I didn't do anything with the enable pin either. I probably did something externally with the enable. Unless I gave up on this one. This one I might have given up on. I think this is the 3-volt version. If I did give up on it, I have no qualms about stealing parts from this. Let's get the part number off of it. I can't see. I'm trying to hold this thing at an angle and it's like jumping from my hands. No, 8005. This is the 5-volt version, so I probably did try to do good by it. Yeah, it looks like I drilled through to get to this side. But the enable pin I didn't do anything with, huh? Which one is enable? The pin 2. Pin 2, enable. Oh, it's going out to a thing. So yeah, okay, so I probably did something with it there. Okay, so yeah, I'm not gonna cannibalize that. Not gonna cannibalize that. That's got good stuff in it, but I did create 220 PF by doubling up on the capacitors. What capacitors? Oh, what was the highest value that I had? Hold on. What was the highest value that I had? See if I can make a 220. Remember, capacitors are essentially, you can consider capacitors to be two plates next to each other. And so if you put them in parallel, you're making the plates larger. If you put them in series, you have 1 over the function of blah, blah, blah. Same thing, it's the opposite of resistors, right? 22 off, that's not gonna do. That won't do it. And from what I understand, it should be a ceramic. Ceramics don't have polarity. Well, I can put 2 100s to, oh, that's, no, never mind. Can't do that, I'm not gonna do that. PF, sorry, we're in PF. So 240, if I put 2 of those, I think I put a 100 and a 120 in parallel. Yeah, that looks like it's about right. So I took one of these, and then I took one of these, and I put them in parallel. In parallel. You can put them on top of each other too. It's another way to do it, because you're just layering up the caps. And then I dropped my tweezers into the bin. Where the hell did they go? There they are. Sorry, I'm a little sleepy today. I slept fine. Probably didn't get enough of it. All right. All right. We have everything except for that diode. I don't know what to do about that diode. Wait, did I put the diode on the other circuit? Looks like it almost has a diode on there. Is it a small signal diode? Because it's got to be tolerant at 12 volts. It's a Schottky. My God. All right, so I know where the Schottkys are. They got their own bin. Just grab one of those. The little black can in there. Maybe you guys missed it, but there was definitely a Schottky diode in there. So we got to get a Schottky diode. We got to get a Schottky diode. And that would be in One of these F beads. 1N5819 Schottky and an SOD323 package. I have 1 billion of these things, apparently. But this is what we need. Good little diode, this. Diode is a flow control device. It's going to basically protect the circuit. So that's for the LIN bus voltage to go through. Alrighty. All right, we got all of our parts. We got everything I need. And so we just shake it all together like shake and bake, and then we'll have everything we need. Now, keep in mind, cyanoacrylate does not like heat, and we're about to expose it to heat. So we got to be a little bit careful about that. But okay, pin 1 is VS, and so our diode is going to VS. And so we want, well, it kind of sucks that the LIN... Ooh. Sorry, hold on. My stomach is deciding to interrupt everybody. Okay, I'm back. So, we have voltage coming from up here, and we need to filter it through something similar to what I built on the other circuit. I guess what I can do is put stuff here. So we'll have one capacitor. What's the next pin? The next pin is enable. I believe that gets 5 volts. Then ground is here, and then our LIN bus stuff is up here. So our 2 big capacitors go up top. Let me just do it like this. Try to focus a little bit better. We got the microscopes at a kind of a funny angle. Funny angle. What a hilarious angle. Ha, ha, ha. The thing is, we're going between these 2 pins, so actually, because that next pin up is ground. So all we need to do is give it, between bus and ground. So all I'll do is this, just like that, and then this one like this, and then I'll run a line, doot, and then straight out here into whichever one of these is the ground pin. I think the center pin is the ground pin. So we'll take the center pin out and go straight out to this ground. Yeah, well, it'll get us started. All right, so let me start putting stuff down. Put it down. Typically, the way we put stuff down like this is not by positioning and then soldering it. It is by putting a blob of solder down and then dragging the part into that blob of solder, and that'll hold it still. It'll also try to do what's called tombstoning, which is where the part stands up due to surface tension in the solder. So it'll try to tombstone and literally stand erect. The other reason I don't like the through-hole plated stuff is that the solder runs down the via to the other side of the board, and so the blob of solder will be on the other side of the board. It's annoying to work with. So I like single-sided perforated prototyping board, but we got to use this stuff up, so I might as well. That didn't tombstone at all. Which might mean that solder is not completely around it, but I mean, those look like textbook solder jobs right there. Beautiful! Look at how beautiful that is. We're going to ruin it by running wire on top of it. We're going to completely destroy all of this wonderful soldering that I'm doing right now. Now, when I'm soldering, if I were building this board and all the traces were already put down, these connectors would not be here. I would be soldering the smallest, basically the shortest to the tallest thing on the circuit board. But because we're prototyping this, all these things are down here. I actually should probably turn that on its side. That would be probably a better way to do this, huh? Because then my LIN bus thing can come in and skip down. I mean, if I turn this on its side, then I could have put this a little higher up and we would have had a logical run of all that stuff. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna have a lot of like layout regrets as I work, where I could have done something a little better than I did. Because the layout of bus, power, and then ground in the middle is essentially what this header is doing. It would make the lines running into the side of the chip a lot more sensible. Oh well, let's not have too many regrets. So what I'm doing is I'm making sure not to run into and melt these headers. Hello? There it is, there it is. Oh, chat is dead. Typical dead bother chat. All right, so those two are for the LIN bus coming in, and those form together to make a 220 picofarad capacitor. On the voltage input, which is up here on pin 1, that's the 12-volt input, we need both of the 0.1 UFs. That would be these guys here. These are all the same value, right? Yeah, these are all the 0.1s. It does have a mix of rosin in it, yeah. So I got that, and then a diode, and then 2 more components and ground here, and I'll be able to run power to probably this pin, and the wire can just pop up and go across there. That'll be where 12 volts is. So we'll do that. That's how we'll do. I don't know if it should be unifying all the grounds on this. I don't know if I did that with the other one. By the way, if you're strapped for space, tombstoning does work really well to neaten up the board. All right, 2.2 with the positive going into... Now the band on the capacitor, is that the positive band? Or is the band symbolizing negative? I'm gonna have to look that up. Let's go over to here and just look up SMD capacitor marking FK. Okay, the band is negative. The band is negative. The band is negative. The band is positive. Get out of here, YouTube. No, no, no. You're going to get me arrested. The band is anode. The band is positive. Huh? The band is positive. I hope. Yeah, the band is positive. Man, look at this Chad. Look at this guy. Damn. Guy's dripping with confidence. Holy shit. The band is positive. Okay, okay, okay. All right. And then on the diode, the way the diode is written, the band on the diode is the flat band on the diode. Diode is an arrow and a plate. That's essentially what it symbolizes the 2 doped pieces of silicon that are butted up against one another, but the band on the diode is the band on, so it's like the cathode is the part with the band. It's just for capacitors, they put the band on the positive side. All right. So positive of the capacitor goes up like that, and then the line of the diode goes facing the chip. Oh, actually, the diode goes between this component and the next one in line. Okay. So. Let's get this thing. I'll push down this one, too. Not a lot of room here for me to do all this power electronics. But we shouldn't need any more room than we have. I think we'll be okay. Damn it, my scope probes are getting in the way of everything. Okay. All right, let's get this thing soldered in. This is the 2.2 microfarad capacitor. And this is just conditioning the input just to make sure that things are nice and smooth when they get all the way to the chip. I could have, should have, would have, and probably would have been a better idea if I spread out a little bit more for this circuit, but we'll be able to get all the components we need in here. It'll just be a little bit more of a struggle on your intrepid streamer. Lucky for us, a lot of electronics have standardization of where they're putting all their pins and stuff, you know, like what the markings are, because it's fairly important to know when troubleshooting, you know, polarities and things like that. This one's going to be tough. It's like damn near impossible to see the lines on these things. I see it. I see the line, and the line goes towards the chip, so we're putting it in this way. And then I'll have to run a piece of wire over to the pin. If I can get that to solder in like that. Hopefully I can. And then that'll, I guess ground will be here. And I'll have to run a ground over to here. Try to get the iron in there without melting everything. Shit. I hadn't soldered it all. Oh man, surface mount soldering is my favorite thing to do. I don't know, I guess I just have very steady hands. But also, if you use the right techniques, you can alleviate a lot of the effects of like shaking and stuff like that. You just need to carefully employ, you know, your techniques. Make sure to always rest your hand on something solid. Don't try to hold up the entire weight of your arm when soldering. The reason I say stuff like that is because I've seen it. People are like, I have shaky hands, and they're not properly anchoring their hands on anything. Trying to get solder to flow into that pin. These little diodes are very annoying. And I've also got a header right next to it. Really? Well, it took, so I guess that... No, wait, it pushed the whole thing over. Damn it! You little... I really just don't want to melt the header. That's my problem. Hey, it'd be nice if we could actually see the markings on the diode instead of having it just like randomly just thrown in. Come on, man. I'm better than this. I don't know how long it's going to take me to do my local taxes, but I need to do my local taxes like yesterday. So I think that's what my Saturday is going to be filled with. I'll be playing with the puppy, and I will be doing my taxes down to the wire. But yeah, I just have to do that. Maybe I'll take a look at the thing tonight and see if I can see if it's easy to do or not. Last time I did them, I owed hundreds of dollars because of the way I'm paid. So I'm not looking forward to that. I thought I'd get away because I didn't make like any money this year. So I thought I'd get away with not having to do taxes. But in Pennsylvania, it turns out you got to do the local taxes no matter what. If you make $1, you have to do them. This board is for my simulator setup, and what this is going to do is translate shifting locations into a protocol called the LIN bus. LIN bus is a local interconnect network system that's used in automotive stuff in order to drive data, in order to move data around. It's used as a low-cost CAN bus. The Mercedes steering wheel that we bought for this sim setup uses that bus system. So we made all of our other accessories use it too, because why not? You know, once you're at it. I think I see the band. I think the band is right there. I can kind of see it. I think it's in the right spot. So what we're doing is we're putting in a Melexis LIN bus transceiver chip. We need certain filters and diodes and capacitors in order to make sure that our signal's good when it gets into the chip. So that's what we're setting up right now. Yeah, TurboTax and H&R. And, well, and accountants in general. Although accountants would probably still have a job, even if our taxes worked in a sensible way. Really wish we just either had a flat tax or we let them tell us through their automated system how much we owe. Because they know, and they punish you if you don't pay the proper amount. It's so stupid. Let me see. So, we've got ground coming in here and going to this pin. We have the bus, the actual bus coming in here, going to there. It's a nice spot. I can put a test pin on that if I need to. Right here, I'm going to run a wire to here, and then we'll have a 10K ohm resistor that'll run over to positive power over here. So pins 1, 2 is enable. So this is the enable pin. 3 is ground, 4 is the bus. Pin 5 is receive and 5 is receive, 6 is transmit. 7 is nothing. It's a low voltage indicator. And then 8 is VCC. So VCC is down here. So we need to put our 2.2 UF and our 10 nanofarad, which is 0.1 UF, right here. So we put one here. I'll put the other right next to it. And then I'll run ground across all these guys. So I'll have ground pop up here and then run both ways. Now let's get the Arduino out of here so I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, the listing prices without listing tax of the prices is something that really needs to be addressed here. Because, like, what are you doing? You know? Like, what are you doing? Just put the tax on there, you little bastard. Quit fucking around, you know? But, you know, this is America, where the people spending their hard-earned money are unfortunately subject to these kinds of fucking scams. These little mental games that they love to play with the American consumer. Oh, ha ha ha, buyer beware, ha ha ha. Get fucked. Like, come on. You do something nice for the people who are spending their money? No. No, I guess they can't. I'm going to do them in reverse order because I have to run... Well, actually, what I could do is... No. I got to run this pin to here and out. So I think it'll be easier to do with the 0.1 UF right next to it. And then I'll get the wire wrap wire out. Because right now I'm just putting down all the hardware that needs to be on the board, and then we can wire up all the individual parts. I'm trying to do stuff sensibly for once and actually get it done. Of course, it would have made a lot more sense for me to have the 3-pin header at 90 degrees to where it is right now, but I can't think about that anymore because it annoys me, and I'll go and correct it. Do like 12 revisions of this stupid board. Nope. Nope. Do it once. Get it done. But yeah, this add-on is totally unnecessary if you want to build that shifter yourself. And if anybody wants to build that shifter themselves, the one that I built, I'll have to make a little text file of parts. I haven't done that, and the knowledge is starting to seep out of my brain. But you can just attach a regular Arduino or any of a number of Arduinos and just make it into a USB device. Problem is buying all the hardware, all the mechanical hardware that you need for that project. That cost me like a lot of money to get all those bearings and screws and stuff. A lot more than just going out and buying a cheap eBay shifter. Just because of quantities and stuff. Okay, nice and clean, right? Nice clean hardware. Let us mess this all up with a bunch of wires. Now, when I build a board like this, I build the board using wire wrap wires. And the wire wrap wires are 20 gauge which the higher the number, the smaller the size of the wire, because gauge was invented by, I don't know, fucking Neanderthals back in the days when we were hunting buffalo on the Great Plains. You know, it's an old standard. It's weird. When you get into the very large gauges, you start getting triple zeros and stuff. Triple caution. You get triple zeros and stuff in gauges. But wire gauge, for what I do for this stuff, we use 30. I'm sorry, I said 20. I meant 30. 18 is computer wire. But anyway, we use 30 gauge wire for these. 30 gauge solid core wire wrapping wire. Anyway, sorry, had to get that out of my system. Wire wrapping wire. Whenever I say wire wrapping wire, it requires my mouth to move in ways that make me do what I just did. Triple aught. Wire wrapping wire is meant to be circled around a post. Nope, not that kind. It's actually meant to be circled around, spun around a square post. And the reason behind that is that when the circular wire is tightly wound up against the edges, the corners of the square pin, it creates, Mom, the internet's weird again. It creates a cold weld. Why are there two resistors just stuck to the underside of this thing? Oh, this is the one that I was using to do I2C. The I2C pins aren't run out on some of the generations of Pro Minis. Ugh. But we're not doing anything with I2C right now. So anyway, what it does is it creates a little cold weld on that corner and makes very good electrical connection. We're not doing that. We have that wire. We have wire wrapping wire. Wire wrapping wire can be very useful if you're doing reverse engineering of like a circuit that's very complicated and you need to be able to plug it into your breadboard. So you can use the wire wrap wire to either solder directly to pads, and you can run it out to like a pin header that you twist the wire around, and that gets it into your perforated prototyping board or your breadboard, your solderless breadboard. Yeah, but I don't know. Anyway, we're using it just to run signals around here. So what I'm going to do for the grounds, I'm going to use bare wire. I try to use bare wire for the grounds so that they're immediately identifiable. Everything else, I'm going to try to keep all the wiring on the other side of the board so that I can hide it away from my beautiful electronics. And so what I'll try to do is immediately jump down to the other side of the board and just go to wherever I need to go from there. We'll try that and we'll see how we do. So let's start with some grounds. Set some ground rules. Got a big old piece of the unjacketed stuff. Actually, really, to be honest, I should be using the regular jacketed stuff and removing the jacket in order to make the unjacketed traces, but because I'm running out of the bare stuff. It's the only one that I'm running out of too. But such is life. Such is life. Anyway, we can use this wire to go across there, but we can't use this wire to jump over to here because these vias are on both sides of the board. Very annoying. Oh, that's not soldered. Hold on. That would have immediately tombstoned. And when I do weird shit, I always wonder about the people who have me on at their office. Like, hey man, that looks like somebody building electronics. What do you listen to? Oh, let me turn on the volume. And it's just me going. It's like, and then the fart noises. And I gotta mix the goofiness with everything else. Are we supposed to be unifying these grounds? Yeah, it looks like all the grounds are unified. Okay, yeah. They've got the same symbol for both sides of the grounding. You'd think it'd be better practice to not. Maybe you could have like a thin via, or a thin trace in order to partially separate your grounds out, maybe get a little less noise. Fart storm just as boss starts watching. Yeah, I know. And that's why I listen to the channel only with earphones in. I mean, any streamer, you know? You never know what kind of bullshit they're gonna whip out in a professional setting, like it's poison. You get like one of Rob Oz's political takes or some shit. Come on. There we go. Okay. Now, where is ground on this microcontroller? I don't know how people watch on their phones. I don't know how they do it. But I'm of a generation that's always had a big computer. So, I got a big computer. It's huge. Okay. Where are my grounds? Also, because my office internet is monitored. Oh, yeah, that would be bad. That would be bad. Well, hey, I'm glad you chose my stream to watch. God, we gotta go all the way over here. It's like miles. We gotta go miles. Raw ground reset VCC. TXO RXT VCC. Jeez. Okay, well, ground is gonna like separate these two out. 5 volts is not gonna be any better either. Difficult to write a report when listening to non-report safe words. I used to have to sequester myself to the library in order to study properly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here. And there's the other ground connection, which I could run or I could not. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Yoink. That has to go there. Cut it a little bit short. I need my flush cutters. Where do they go? Where did the flush cutters get off to? Where did you go? They're on the desk somewhere. They're on the playing field. Where are you at? I'm gonna stand up. I gotta stand up, guys. My butt is getting compressed. I'm feeling the effects of sitting in the stool for too long. So like, here are the wire cutters. Here's the knife. I could use the knife. That sometimes works. Where are the flush cutters, though? The flush cutters. What is this? What is happening here? This is okay. Now I'm getting mad. There's a pair of pliers inside of here that's keeping me from closing this drawer. You little bastard. What the fuck? Stay down. There. Alright, no flush cutters. There they are. But with the oscilloscope ahead of this drawer, it's hard to do soldering work. Alright. I'm standing up for a minute. The stool is having its effects on my butt. What time are we at? Man, we're running out of time today, huh? I kind of want to go a little bit longer, but basically all I have to do is finish soldering this thing, and maybe I want to work on that between streams, and we can come back tomorrow and get sort of the whole setup set up, and then we'll look at serial signals. Because, yeah, I didn't realize the time. When I'm working on stuff like this, I've got my head down. Like, I'm concentrating on stuff. So, yeah, the butt effect. Well, the butt has indicated to me that it is time to wrap things up. And this seems a little premature. It's a little early, but a half hour of work on this is not going to a circuit make. I have a lot of lines to run. I mean, you can kind of see, hey, Inhuman Excerpt, thank you for the Prime. Prime out of nowhere. I would like to stream longer, but we're kind of, that's not the kind of marathon that we're doing this week. This week is a marathon. I'm streaming every day. Well, tomorrow would be the last day that I'm doing it this week, because on Friday I have a puppy coming over, and I'm going to be puppy sitting a golden retriever named Jelly. She's very cute, but she is very trained, and I want to make sure to get it right. So the things I have left to do are running a ground here, running a ground here that goes to the connector. So it's going to be ground to here, then skip under to this node right here. I need to run 12 volts, or sorry, LIN bus out and then down to that pin. And then I need to run 12 volts to this row here that goes to pin 1. The enable pin has to sneak under, go around to a 10K resistor that then goes to the pin 1 over there. Sorry, not pin 1, but it goes over to the other one that does 5 volts, right? I'd love to see a jelly retriever named Coldy. All right. All right, chat. Chat needs a nap. Weirdos. So anyway, basically it's just point to point at this point, right? I got to do the TX and the RX. Those I can just run out and around. And then I need to do 4 and 4 to these pins here and ground and ground. And those will connect directly to the shifter. And we know that the packet that thing can sling around is going to be a good packet. And then from there, once we get all the hardware done tomorrow, then we can go out and hook up the wireless wheel module and try to figure out what those packets look like. Oh my God, that's going to be excruciating. That's going to be tough to do, but we'll be getting into kind of like new stuff for us here. You know, stuff we don't normally do. And hopefully the serial signal will be self-evident enough that we can figure out what the hell is going on, right? I hope it's good enough that we can figure out what's going on in that packet. Or it's, you know, clear enough what the structure is. Hopefully there's not too much weirdness running around. Looking at who's on right now. Ghost Freak is doing Back for Blood. Well, okay, I'm gonna pack it up and stop streaming, but I will start streaming in Notes and Volts. No. You guys go check out Notes and Volts. You guys go check out Notes and Volts. Yeah, he's actually a really good streamer. I like him a lot. 20 hours, 38 minutes, and 32 seconds. I'll be back online. Oh, is Davies? Oh no, Dave is his name. Okay, sorry. No. I'm gonna just end. I'm just gonna end. But you guys check out Notes and Volts. I think I can just do. I think it's just like that. So you guys check them out. Click on that link. Have a good time. I'll be back in exactly 20 hours, 38 minutes, 32 seconds. I will be haunting Discord, but I'll also, for a portion of it, I'll be over here soldering this circuit. So probably like after dinner, I'll bring my old bones back up to the bench and finish building this circuit. It's going to be a little fiddly, but if I can work on it alone, then I'll go much faster. I'll just pull up somebody's stream and hang out and not talk. I'll just listen to it. But thank you guys. Thank you guys for lurking in my channel, and those guys who have helped me out, and you know, people interacting, and hopefully soon we can get my ban for using the word pedal reversed. You know, because apparently it is illegal to use the word pedal. I suppose there's all kinds of negative connotation on a word that literally just derives down to foot in Latin. It literally doesn't mean anything other than foot or foot-operated control. Twitch. Anyway, have a good night, everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow.